With more businesses now requiring you to show proof of vaccination, we've got what you need to know if you've lost your card. I lost mine. Plus a few tips on how to keep your information secure.
And all week long on the 4th hour, we are trying to make your life easy. So today we're going to show you how to get ready, get out the door in half the time.
Ooh, that sounds good. I don't want to be late. Can you give me some tips?
No.
Because you know I'm always kind of running behind.
Just a hair. All right, we're going to see you. It's time for
Today in 30. But let's get started with NBC's chief foreign correspondent, Richard Engel, who is on the ground for us in Kabul this morning. Richard, good morning to you.
Good morning, Savannah. I am now very near the Kabul International Airport, and all morning we've been hearing sporadic gunfire. Just a few moments ago, I watched one of those American transport planes take off, even amid the gunfire. And what is unfolding here are scenes of utter desperation as Afghans are rushing in, trying to get out of this country. They don't want to be left behind. It has become one of the symbols of the chaotic withdrawal and what the U.S. is leaving behind here in Afghanistan.
Afghans are thronging to Kabul's airport, desperate to get on planes and leave the country at any cost. They're scaling the airport's walls this morning, rushing in. There's no screening, no security checks, just force of numbers. When they do manage to push aboard planes, they're so crowded, pilots won't take off. And no one agrees to disembark. It's all happening just a few hundred yards from the military side of Kabul airport, now separated by a row of barbed wire from the civilian side, in chaos. The military side is where the U.S. is staging an elaborate evacuation of American diplomats from the embassy. But even here, Afghans managed to push through, willing to cling onto an aircraft as it took off, rather than stay in Afghanistan. Afghans say the Americans are only focused on getting U.S. citizens out, along with some interpreters. Although tens of thousands of translators still have no U.S. visas, so they too are left to the Taliban. The militants took control of Kabul yesterday. We watched them move in.
Kabul is falling now. We've just left our office, our longtime home in Afghanistan, and we're heading to a safer location, what we hope will be a safer location. Already we've seen some gunmen who look like Taliban on the streets, and all of the government checkpoints, all the police, all the soldiers, they're gone.
Now the Taliban are out in full force. They took over the presidential palace, occupied Kabul's version of the Oval Office. Afghanistan's president fled the country. The Taliban have set up checkpoints across the Afghan capital, and their Islamist rule is already coming back. This was a popular beauty salon, styling women's hair and makeup. The Taliban banned salons, along with education for women and girls. So when the Taliban came back,
Now they've painted over the beauty shop. People here know what the Taliban want. They know what the Taliban expect.
we watched a man tear up the beauty parlor's sign in line with the Taliban's wishes. The Taliban don't just control Kabul, but the whole country and all the weapons the U.S. bought for the Afghan army. There are also reports of atrocities, including abductions, rape, and executions. The militants are much stronger now than 20 years ago when the U.S. drove them from power when they sheltered Osama bin Laden as he plotted 9/11. Now the Taliban are back as the U.S. leaves Afghanistan gripped by panic and run by extremists.
The Taliban have been taking pot shots at the U.S. transport planes as they leave, and many are drawing comparisons to the U.S. evacuation from Saigon.
All right, Richard Engel in Kabul. Stay safe, and we'll be back with you. Thank you.
The chaotic scenes in Afghanistan have quickly become the Biden administration's biggest foreign policy challenge. And this morning, under fire from both sides of the aisle, the White House is scrambling to contain the fallout. NBC's chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander, is picking up that part of the story. Hey, Peter, good morning.
Hoda, good morning to you. As this crisis unfolds, President Biden remains at Camp David, conferring with his advisors. He has not spoken publicly about Afghanistan since last Tuesday, and the White House is now evaluating how and when the president should address the nation, acknowledging that Americans want to hear from him. The president now facing mounting criticism, as you've heard, both about his decision to withdraw U.S. troops and the chaotic way this is all playing out.
President Biden this morning facing a catastrophic failure of U.S. foreign policy
Our only glimpse of the president in the last 24 hours, this White House photo showing him seated alone at Camp David, consulting by video conference with national security advisors, including Vice President Kamala Harris. Despite the president's promise that the withdrawal of American troops would be responsible, deliberate, and safe, the Biden administration is now trying to explain why the U.S. was so caught off guard by the stunning speed of the Taliban takeover, pointing to the collapse of Afghan security forces.
Unfortunately, tragically, they have not been able to defend the country, and I think that explains why this has moved as quickly as it's moved.
That acknowledgement coming despite the U.S. spending $87 billion over 20 years to train Afghan military forces. This morning, the chorus of criticism is growing.
This is going to be a stain on this president and his presidency, and I think he's going to have blood on his hands for what they did.
Even the president's allies demanding answers.
This is an intelligence failure. We underestimated the Taliban and overestimated the resolve of the Afghan army.
President Biden in a statement this weekend writing 1 more year or 5 more years of U.S. military presence would not have made a difference if the Afghan military cannot or will not hold its own country. Still, he's likely to be haunted by these comments from last month.
But the likelihood there's going to be the Taliban overrunning everything and owning the whole country is highly unlikely.
Even before the catastrophic collapse, defense officials worried a Taliban takeover could allow al-Qaeda to rebuild and consolidate, creating security concerns well beyond the Afghan border. For those who served and sacrificed in America's longest war, like retired Army Staff Sergeant Seamus Fennessy, anger and sadness.
It feels like not only a betrayal of what our soldiers have bled for. The way in which we're pulling out is something that's disgraceful.
The Pentagon has warned each of the last 4 presidents that a situation like this could happen when the U.S. left Afghanistan. But President Biden will now go down in history as the commander-in-chief presiding when America's longest war came to such an abrupt and devastating end. Savannah?
All right, Peter, thank you.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day. Wherever you are, Today is there.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Welcome back. This morning on Today's Consumer, an annual ritual this time of year, the back-to-school shopping.
Yeah, but unlike years past, this time around shoppers are facing shortages and they're facing price hikes.
And that's just no fun at all. NBC's investigative consumer correspondent Vicki Nguyen is here with everything we need to know. Normally, shopping for back-to-school supplies is super fun.
It's fun. It's a time to get ready for the school year. This year, a little bit different. Students getting ready to get back to the books again across the country, but parents are bracing to shell out more money this year. Experts say if you haven't started shopping, now is the time to start. This morning, I'm going to show you how to get what you need and save more than 60% on some items.
Back to school shopping is anything but typical this year.
I feel like was overwhelming.
We're just taking whatever is available. I found myself having to shop in the boys section because the girls section was completely cleared out.
Parents across the country sounding off about their back to school shopping woes.
I was surprised how much money I had to spend.
According to the National Retail Federation, families are planning to spend an average of almost $850 on school items. That's nearly $60 more than last year.
It is more expensive this year.
Be flexible.
Neil Saunders is the managing partner at Global Data. He says supply chain challenges mean product shortages and fewer discounts.
What are some of the items where you anticipate some shortages or that might be harder to find?
Backpacks, for example, sneakers, apparel, technology products like laptops, and also things like desks.
Why is there going to be such a rush on apparel this year?
Consumers did not buy lots of clothes last year for kids, and now they're going back to school.
If you want the best prices and selection, shop around and shop early. That's exactly what my team did. Backpacks were all picked over at this store in New Jersey, but just 5 miles away, we found backpacks fully stocked.
Why is it that we won't see the same kind of sales and discounts that we typically do?
We often see the sales and discounts to stimulate demand and to clear down stock. And the truth is retailers just don't need to do that this year because demand is very, very high.
So how do you save money? It's actually pretty easy. First, install a free browser extension like Honey. With this Honey browser, you can actually track the price history of an item. For example, take a look at this tablet. I know it's down to $120 now. That's $30 cheaper than it was just a month ago, so this is a good time to buy. Honey also looks for discount codes at the more than 40,000 retailers it supports. Also, check the resale market. We found lunchboxes and craft supplies on Facebook Marketplace, and a whole bunch of laptops and tablets deeply discounted on Swappa. It's a marketplace for gently used tech. And check out websites like ThredUp for gently used kids' clothes. Look, we found these Levi's for 61% off. Kidizen and Mercari are also great stops to find deals on secondhand kids' clothes. And one of the easiest tools to use right here on Google Shop. All you do is type in the specific item you're looking for. The more details, the better. The brand, the color. Google will do the searching for you and allow you to compare prices for where to buy. Tips to help you find everything on your list and save money.
If you're heading out the door, you're probably searching for your keys, your wallet, your phone.
Your brain. Well, now we certainly are this morning. Many of us from coast to coast have something else to remember, which is that vaccine card. As a lot of businesses like restaurants, bars, and gyms are starting to require proof of vaccination.
NBC senior business correspondent Steph Rule is here with easy ways to make sure you never forget. Steph, welcome.
Good morning. So what if I walk into a restaurant and I don't have my vaccine card for me and it's required? Is there any recourse in that moment?
Okay, number one thing you need to do right now is find your card. Lots of us are going, my card, where is it?
Right.
But it's stressful, right? You only have one. You might not want to carry it around, so you can go old school. Take photocopies of it, front and back. You can use that. You can also do digital. You can take a picture of it. And if you're worried about privacy concerns on your iPhone, when you take that picture, click share, and you can create a hidden album. If you have a Google or a Samsung phone, there are sort of locked folders. But the number one thing to do, make sure your doctor is aware of your vaccination status. So if you do lose that card, you can go back to the doctor's office and say, yo, help me out.
Oh, the doctor, not the pharmacy.
Well, no.
Okay.
If you are concerned, like, oh my goodness, how am I going to find this thing? What you can do is go back to the original place where you were vaccinated with your ID, with the date of vaccination, and they can help you. But what happens if you went to a convention center? You went to a pop-up, it doesn't exist. Well, you can go to the CDC's website and they can help you find the health department for your own state, and you then give them your information and you can find it. That's why I just don't want you to lose it.
Don't lose it. Let's go simpler, because Savannah and I both did this. There are apps you can go on. You can download your information and actually have like a little, what do you call that thing? That's
like the QR. You can scan it right in. So depending on what state you live in, if you're in New York, New Jersey, California, our states actually have websites, apps, so you can digitally prove it. Also, if you were vaccinated at a CVS, a Walgreens, a Walmart, they have apps. And then there are third-party apps. There's Airside, VaxYes, and Clear. You can also scan it right in. Actually, even in your phone, you can scan it into the notes section on your phone. If you don't want to take a pic, if you have an iPhone, you can keep it there.
Oh, that's smart.
And I think we covered it when I asked about losing, because I actually did lose my vaccine card.
And what'd you do?
Well, I went back to the Duane Reade, and they filled it out for me and gave me another card as a courtesy. But you can't you're saying if you didn't have that situation, you could also call the CDC.
You can go to the CDC, you can go to your health department. You know, there is the risk you lose it, which is why a lot of people are laminating not their original card, right? Because if you laminate your original card and then you need to get a booster, how are you going to put that on there? So you want to make a copy and laminate that one. But this original one, or this isn't the original, this is a copy, you want to hang tight to it. That's important.
Okay. All right, Steph.
And what if you have, like, you're concerned about people thinking it's a fake card? I mean, we did stories on that. If it's not authentic.
Well, if you're going somewhere where you know you need to prove you're vaccinated, and you're like my 15-year-old son, surely yours is going to end up in a washing machine and it's crumbled up. Treat your original like you would your passport or your license. When you need to prove it, bring that, and you can get one of those card holders. And, you know, you don't lose your passport. You don't throw your passport in the washing machine. Treat your card like that.
All right.
All right, Steph. Thank
you.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
In a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like, really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
In a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
All right, guys, it is back by popular demand. It's another round of Summer Remedies, Fact or Fiction. And this time we are looking at everything from jellyfish stings, which kind of went off the rails last time we talked about this, to dehydration.
Investigative and consumer correspondent Vicki Nguyen is here to set the record straight. Vicki, good morning.
All right, good morning.
I want to get to the first one, which I didn't read the answers to these. I don't know if you guys did. But you say that if you're going to the beach and it's been super hot, you should sit in a sauna first?
Yeah, if you are going somewhere where it's going to be really hot, something you can do to help acclimate your body to the heat is either going to a sauna or a steam room if you have access, and going there for about 30 minutes a day for 7 days. Doctors say this will actually help your body to learn how to sweat appropriately. So when you get to that hot destination, you're better suited.
Oh, if you're going on a trip, you're saying, not just to the beach.
Not just to the beach. You probably don't need to do that. But if you're going somewhere, maybe for a week, like Tokyo, before Tokyo, when it was like sweltering, that would have been a good thing to do.
And you put sunscreen on in the sauna, right?
Yeah, you're good. You're good. That's well with your skin tone, maybe.
Yeah. I feel like I need to do the opposite if I were to go to a cold weather destination, like sit in a freezer and then adjust to the cold.
You know what? It should work the same way, honestly.
Right?
Gets you going. And
I know.
Gets your thermostat up, your internal thermostat.
I like that. Let's talk about dehydration. Is it true that it's better to drink water over the course of the day as opposed to just chugging a whole bunch and calling it quits?
When it comes to dehydration, no question that drinking small amounts of water more frequently will help hydrate your body more effectively. It's much more effective than just waiting till you get super thirsty and then chugging a bunch of water. The CDC actually recommends in super hot temperatures every 15 to 20 minutes an 8-ounce glass of water.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Is it true you can drink too much water?
It is true. Actually, it can lead to a medical condition. If you drink like 48 ounces or more in a half hour, that can actually cause some issues. The other thing you want to do if you're going somewhere hot and you want to stay hydrated, get a good night's rest. 8 hours of rest over 6 hours will help you stay better hydrated. You also want to plan ahead. So bring, those camel packs that have like the bladder built into the backpack. Yeah, those are really helpful because you don't have to lug around a big heavy bottle of water, and it reminds you to take sips more often.
The camel pack, it's like a backpack and it has a straw that comes up. I used it on the RV trip. Yeah, I actually know. I actually just learned what that was, which was our
And you can actually put like beer and margaritas in there, and so if you want to have a great time at the beach.
Fact. It flows just as well.
Okay, so speaking of the beach, and this is like sort of, I don't know if it's an urban myth or what it is. I grew up in Miami, so we definitely. This happened a lot. When you get stung by a jellyfish and you have children and there's the whole thing, and I'm so sorry if you're having breakfast right now, but there's the thing where do you use human urine to basically make sure it doesn't sting anymore?
I love how you put that, Tom. It happened a lot. In the third person, you're distancing yourself. Who did it happen to, Tom?
You don't want to remember those times
Asking
when it happened.
for a friend. So here's the thing. We talked about this with poison ivy last time. Does urine help? The answer is no. Let's clear that up once and for all.
It happened to me as a child.
A remedy.
My dad did it and it helped. Okay. I'm just going on the record. We could call him on the phone.
It took your mind off of what actually just happened.
That was so gross.
That sounds so traumatic.
I know, but you're like, it's so gross.
You loved it. It worked.
Wow, I don't know if I loved it.
Well, you said you remembered it and it helped. So
it helped.
I like things I remember and that help me.
Okay.
But, so here's the thing, and I think you're exactly right, Dylan. It's the sensation of the sting, right? So if something else hits you that's warm, then that takes your mind off of the sting. But technically, medically, from an expert standpoint, urine is not the way to go. What you want to do is basic first aid. You want to remove those stingers. If you have tweezers with you at the beach, then yes, use the tweezers, right? And then the soaking in hot water for 45 minutes, not scalding hot water, but hot water, that helps. So that may be where the old wives' tale came of the urine.
Beach. Where are you going to get the hot water?
You're not, right? You're not.
Yeah.
So the other thing is bring a little bottle of white vinegar. This is a thought. If you swim in a beach or there's a jellyfish problem where you are and it happens a lot, bring some white vinegar. That actually can help. That can help remove the stingers and help soothe the sensation.
But isn't what's in urine the same thing that's in vinegar? And again, I'm not a doctor or scientist.
Yeah. It's like
isn't it the same thing?
I think it's more the warmth of the urine that's what got people thinking this is helping. And it was what was accessible, right?
Yeah.
What do we have here? Well, we got this.
And Dad's been drinking margaritas, so he's ready to go.
Dad has a camelback on.
This double is off the rails. What's next?
Okay, since we teased it, I want to make sure we talk about food poisoning. It's actually becoming an issue.
Oh, absolutely. The number one issue during the summer with food is food poisoning because the temperatures are higher, right? So you want to prevent it. That's the best thing you want to do. So that means cooking all of your food at the right temperature. A $10 to $15 investment in a food thermometer is probably the best thing. Getting the meats to the right temperature to begin with. Keep your cold food cold, your hot food hot. And if it's been out for a while at a potluck or a picnic, you want to toss it out.
Okay.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, we're spending this week showing you how to make your life easier with clever tools and hacks to save you time. And today we're kicking things off with your beauty routine.
Yeah, that's right. We want to help you cut your prep time in half so that you can be out of your door and on your way. And here to help us all is lifestyle and beauty expert Ami Desai. Hey, Ami.
Hello, ladies.
How are you?
By the way, if you guys want, oh, bless you. You do sneeze on TV.
It never happens, ever.
I know. Maybe you're allergic to this makeup. But anyway, if you want to shop with us, you can scan that QR code right there at the bottom of the screen.
All right, Ami, take us through some of these skincare routines, because I think that's the trouble. We spend a lot of time dilly-dallying in front of the mirror.
Yes. Exactly. And so what we're looking for are multi-purpose products. And what we're finding a lot of right now is skincare products with, beauty products with skincare benefits. And two things that I'm absolutely loving at the moment are for our face. So one of them, if you enjoy a more lightweight formula, is this one from Iris and Romeo. It's called Best Skin Days. It's a 5-in-1 formula, and it's going to act as a moisturizer, a collagen serum, protection against blue light, and it's also an inclusive range of colors. So if you're mid-tone to deeper skin tones, it works beautifully. If you want something more full coverage, there's this one from L'Oreal. It's an age perfecting serum, radiant serum right there. It has SPF 50 in it, and it also was made with mature skin in mind. So you are not going to find it settling in fine lines or wrinkles, and it also is budget friendly.
So you knocked
it's a
out a
win-win.
step. I like that. You knocked out a step.
So sunscreen is
Exactly.
Sunscreen is super important. We've heard the benefits all over and over again. Talk to us about this one.
Okay, you can never have enough sunscreen, and I honestly think we don't apply enough of it. So this glow stick from Supergoop is fantastic because it is not only travel friendly, as you can see, it's a roll-on. You're not going to have to worry about any liquid mess. But one thing you can do is you can also apply it over makeup. As you see I'm doing here, it's not going to interfere with it. So it's a great way to reapply our sunscreen throughout the day. It also acts as a beautiful highlight. You can see it just gives like this dewy appearance. I'm actually wearing it right now. Almost everything I'm talking about, I'm wearing right now. It sits beautifully on there, and there's no excuse then to reapply your sunscreen every 2 to 3 hours.
I was going to say it could also help us put it on kids quickly.
Now, we like things we like things that work for lips and cheeks and all kinds of things, and you've got something.
Multi-stick.
Oh my gosh. So these are stick makeups. I absolutely love these multi-purpose sticks. I have two right here. One is from Live Tinted. It's a small business. You can see I'm applying this beautiful Kajal inspired color. It's called Legacy. And you can use it not only to define your eyes, but look at that. I'm applying it on my hairline. I know, any sparse areas. And then this one is from Jouer. It's a beautiful blush and bloom stick. I'm applying it to the cheeks, my lips, my eyes. And then what I love about this too, you can use your fingers. No brush is required. And look at like the beautiful flush you can get from this. And also it makes your makeup bag so much more, less hefty. Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
I know, that's quick. It's a great tool.
This one we're confused about, the clear mascara.
Okay. Oh my gosh, clear mascara. I mean, especially this one, Maybelline Great Lash. It is timeless. It's been around forever. And clear mascara, I love it not only to lengthen my lashes, but also if you have unruly brows, like I have unruly brows, you can use them to keep it in place. And then also pesky flyaways. Like sometimes especially me, I am still postpartum. I have all these like little baby hairs growing back. So it's a great way to just keep those.
Okay, can I ask, does it extend, what does it do for your eyelashes? It just coats them?
Enough. It coats them. It kind of gives it just like a really pretty gloss. So especially if you don't like the feel and the heaviness of mascara, it does such a nice job with that.
Okay, I like a dry shampoo because it can help us keep our showering down to a couple days a week.
Exactly. Well, not our showering, but our hair, right?
I honestly, our washing.
I do not wash my hair. I wash it maybe once a week. Okay, so this is one of my favorites from Virtue Labs. And here's why I really like it. Actually, you can put it on the night before, and then you wake up in the morning and brush it out to fuller hair. It's beautiful. Also, what I'm doing here, I know it cuts the getting ready time in half. So what I'm doing here is I'm using it for my brows to make them fuller. And then also, if you have fine hair, spray a little bit onto your bobby pin or your pins, and you can apply it. It's going to hold that hairstyle the entire day.
It's kind of like a hairspray, but not so
exactly.
Take us
without that grit.
Take us into the shower. These shower gels.
Okay. In shower body lotion. So something that I do, I always skip if I'm running out of time, is putting on moisturizer. And this Olay product is fantastic because you put it on, it's going to hydrate your skin. It's the last step you want to do in your shower, and it's going to keep your skin hydrated throughout the entire day. So you do not need to put on lotion if you don't have time to. It works fantastic.
That's a great idea. I put bio oil. Now let's talk about nails. Do we still do these lead press-ons? No, this isn't lead.
Ladies, the last year or so, press-ons have absolutely made a comeback. I'm wearing them right now. These are from Kiss. They're acrylic nudes. They're beautiful. What I love about them is they take under 10 minutes to do, and they're under $10. I'm not kidding. And here's the beautiful thing is that you see how short mine are? These came like this. So they come in different lengths. They come in different styles. And for me, I need something that's really practical and easy to wear throughout the day, and they will last for about a week. So it's fantastic.
That's awesome.
Such great
Ami,
options.
thank you, Ami, and for these products.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you. Head to today.com/shop. And tomorrow, we're going to help make your life a little easier with products you can use around the house.
Be sure to join us tomorrow on Today. Octavia Spencer will be with us.
Can't wait for that. Have a great Monday, and we'll see you tomorrow right here on Today. Hi, Today All Day. Hope you're ready for some laughs. Coming up, we put your favorite celebrities to the test as they take on the 6-minute marathon. Plus, we've got some of my personal favorite sit-down interviews from the last few months. So get excited as Today All Day continues right now. Do you know what the 6-minute marathon is?
I know you're going to ask me a ton of questions, and I'm just going to answer as many of them as I can in 6 minutes.
That is the 6-minute marathon in a nutshell. Padma Lakshmi, thank you for being here on the 6-minute marathon.
My pleasure.
First question, if you could only listen to one album for the rest of your life, what would it be?
D'Angelo, Voodoo.
Oh, I didn't see that one coming. All right. What is the strangest gift you've ever received?
Somebody gave me a tooth once.
I'm sorry, did you say a tooth? Okay, there's so many follow-up questions. We may have to spend the whole 6 minutes on this. Why? Whose tooth?
It was just this guy. He was odd, but he was very artistic. He, I think he was playing ball or something, and he either fell or was in the midst of a game, and he broke his tooth, and he was like, "I saved it for you." And
so it was an adult tooth. That was my next question.
I think it was, yeah. Yeah.
Where's the tooth now?
I don't know.
See, I have a million questions.
I don't think it made it like back from college, if you know what I mean. You know, yeah. I think I was just like, this is too weird.
Have you ever been mistaken for another celebrity? And if so, who?
Yes, when I was 14 and in the mall, which I thought of as a huge compliment. Apollonia. Remember Apollonia?
Apollonia?
Yeah. And I was a teenager, like I said. Gal Gadot, I've also gotten mistaken for. Let me see. In the early days when I had a perm in high school, Irene Cara, but also, so it has just happened recently, but recently it was just Gal Gadot. And the New Yorker magazine, of all people, I've always dreamed of having my name in the New Yorker, of course, as a writer. They put a picture of me because I chose a cartoon for them, and then they wrote that it was Priyanka Chopra. I'm like, I know all us Indian women look alike, but really, you know?
Well, at least it's like that's a pretty epic row of like beautiful ladies to be compared to.
Yeah, I mean it's all nice and flattering.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. What is your guilty pleasure?
I feel no guilt in taking pleasure in life, so I don't feel guilty about anything that gives me pleasure. I think I'm a 50-year-old woman. I deserve all the pleasure I can get from now until I die.
Okay, if you could be friends with a movie or TV character, who would it be?
Well, it's not a character, it's a real person. I would love to be friends with Rihanna. Yeah. I just think she'd be so much fun if she let me hang out with her. But, and I've never met her, and I don't think I want to in a way. I'd hang out with her, but if I just had to meet her, I just think it would burst my bubble. But all of my characters are real life characters. Muhammad Ali, Dorothy Parker, Lenny Bruce, Cleopatra, you know.
That'd be a good dinner party for you to host.
Yeah, definitely.
What was your least favorite food as a child?
Eggplant.
Do you like it now?
I mean, I love it now. I love eggplant.
Who have you been starstruck meeting?
Mother Teresa. I met her. I got to spend the day with her in the 90s. I cut a ribbon at the World Cup of Cricket that was happening in Calcutta. And a group of people said, "We're going, would you like to join?" I literally tagged along, but she was mesmerizing. She was so comforting and charismatic. And you know how you feel when you're like a little kid in the safety and comfort of your mom's arms, all is well within the world. That's how you feel in her presence. At least I did.
Do you have a personal mantra? And if so, what is it?
It is, everything is a benefit if you look at it the right way. Even the most difficult things that have happened to me, I have tried to focus on what I can gain from them, or what is the bright side. What can I gain? What can I get out of this? Even endometriosis, which was very painful and I went through for over 20 years. I like to look at that experience as what gave me the fuel to start the foundation with my surgeon. And so I think it must have been, destined for me to go through that, because otherwise the pain doesn't make sense. It's so unnecessary, so that I could turn that pain into power.
What did you want to be when you grew up?
My first job that I ever dreamed of being was an airline stewardess. A flight attendant. We used to call,
we call them stewardesses. I know. We're the same age. Yes.
Yes, exactly. So I just thought they were the most glamorous people on earth. I flew as an unaccompanied minor when I was 4 to America from India. And I was on Air India Airlines. They had these beautiful printed silk saris. It was the early 70s. It was beautiful bouffant hair, lots of eyeliner and lashes. They would just walk up and down those aisles with their saris fluttering, behind them. I just thought they have so much freedom. They get to travel all over the world. And that's what I want to do.
What do you think you are much better at than you actually are?
Oh, I think I'm a better skater. I always think, today is the day that I'm going to seamlessly skate forwards and then backwards.
Do you roller skate a lot?
Yes, get a pair of roller skates. It's so fun. Do you remember doing it when you were little?
Yes, we used to go to skate country, go around the ring.
Yes,
I could never skate backwards, but I tried.
No, you have to. I will go skate. I'll meet you wherever you want. I know all the flat parts of the city where there's not a lot of traffic. Do not try and skate in Central Park.
All right, last question. This is an easy one. What is your favorite reality show?
Top Chef.
Thank you, Padma Lakshmi. So great to talk to you. This was fun.
Nice to talk to you too.
See you at 3.
Bye.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What's the most embarrassing or funniest story from your childhood?
Okay, the most embarrassing thing from my childhood, I remember my brother was on this show with Patti LaBelle called Out All Night, and there was this famous group that was on the show, and they were a singing group, and their name is called Shy. And I ended up pulling out my hand out of my coat pocket, and it was a tampon.
Oh, God. All right, here we go. Tia Mori, welcome to the 6-Minute Marathon.
Hi.
Hi, we're so happy to have you. Are you ready to answer some questions?
I am ready. Let's do it.
I've got them right here. What is one thing that you always carry in your purse?
Oh, my iPhone.
course. What's the one word you are guilty of using too often?
I don't think I could say it on air.
Oh, yes. Okay, didn't see that coming.
Wait, this is honesty.
Oh, yes, exactly. By the way, we bleep the 6-minute marathon can bleep.
Oh my gosh. Oh man, maybe shoot. No.
Darn it, by golly. What is your favorite family tradition?
Oh, my favorite family tradition would definitely have to be having hot cocoa with whipped cream and some peppermint sprinkles on top of the whipped cream with a candy cane on Christmas morning.
Oh, can I come over?
Yeah, no, we love it. So
that sounds delicious. What show or shows of your own do you rewatch?
Oh my goodness. You know what I have to say? The Tia and Tamara reality show, it's been playing right now. So I tend to watch that. Of course, Sister, Sister, that's like always playing on something.
Dad? Mom? That girl has my face!
All of the older ones that I've done, like in the past, you know, to kind of get back to some sort of memories in some kind of way.
Is it fun to see yourself at that age?
It is. I mean, it's also shocking at times when I'm like, what were you wearing? Because, you know, it was like I was going through growing pains. But it is. I feel so grateful when I look back at projects that I've done, because it kind of shows me that I've been in this business for such a long time, and I'm just very appreciative. So,
what's the most embarrassing or funniest story from your childhood?
Oh my gosh, these are so raw.
I know. I'll get to something shallow in a minute.
Okay. Wait. Okay, the most embarrassing thing from my childhood, I remember my brother was on this show with Patti LaBelle called Out All Night, and there was this famous group that was on the show, and they were a singing group, and their name is called Shy. And I ended up pulling out my hand out of my coat pocket, and it was a tampon.
Oh gosh. How old were you? You must have died.
I was like 14, 15, and they were this huge popular group. And I was like, I didn't pick it up. I just stared at it, you know. I was like, this is embarrassing.
Who does this belong to? What is this doing here?
Yeah, it was like the elephant in the room. You know what I mean?
Oh God,
oh my
I feel
gosh,
you.
I hope I'm not being too honest with these.
No, I love honesty. It's the best policy.
Okay.
I love it, especially on the 6-minute marathon.
Oh
okay.
my gosh.
Here's some easy ones. What's your favorite thing to cook, if you cook?
Oh my gosh, I love to cook. My favorite thing to cook would definitely have to be spaghetti and meatballs. It's something that the whole entire family likes, my kids and my husband. So.
Yeah, I think my kids live on meatballs. I think meatballs might be a 5-day-a-week.
It's just a classic. Yeah, it's a classic dish that everybody loves. So,
what's your hype up song right now?
Oh my gosh, my hype up song has been this for a very, very long time, just because I'm a huge fan of Beyonce. And you know that song, Who Runs the World? Girls. Who runs the world? Girls. I just love, you know, women. I think women are incredible. I think we are beasts when it comes to getting things done. We're multitaskers. So whenever I'm either on the treadmill or if I'm just kind of overwhelmed, she kind of, you know, gets me right where I need to be to do what I have to do, because she reminds me, you know?
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Heels or flats?
Oh my gosh, totally heels. Heels all the way.
Hey, flats.
No. I mean, you know, when I was pregnant, I had to wear, you know, a lot of flats. And I hated it. I would literally force my feet into my heels. You know, when you're pregnant, your feet kind of swell. Yes. I would literally force my feet into heels just because I love them. I think it just gives me a little bit of attitude. So.
Okay, if you could be friends with a movie or TV character, who would it be?
Oh, Julia Roberts' Pretty Woman. I just love her personality in that movie, and she was just so much fun. You know what I mean?
What is your biggest professional accomplishment so far?
I would definitely have to say being a co-founder of my supplement line called Answer, mainly because it was birthed through my personal experience with wellness and health, and just being able to inspire women and just people in general to take charge of their health and their wellness. It makes me feel so good. So I would say that.
You're an entrepreneur in addition to everything else.
Yeah.
Are you a morning bird or a night owl?
I'm definitely a morning bird. I used to be a night owl, but after having children, that ship has sailed. So now it's, this is easy for me waking up early in the morning, because I have 2 kids. So, and my daughter, she's actually up right now. I don't know if you heard her crying, but I'm used to it. Morning person.
I didn't know if it was your kid crying or my kid crying. So.
Oh, sorry.
It could have been either way, so I get it.
Yeah.
Tia, thank you so much. Your 6 minutes, you're already done. See, it was fast.
Wow,
energy.
that was fast. Thank you so much.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Seth Meyers, welcome to 6 Minutes with Savannah.
And this will be 6 minutes long?
It will be 6 minutes and not a second longer.
Oh, is there a timer?
Yeah, you answer as many questions as you can in 6 minutes.
Okay.
Yes.
I can talk really fast if it helps.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
What is the most spontaneous thing you've ever done?
I am so historically not a spontaneous person. Oh my God, what is the most spontaneous thing? I guess we bought our dog. We bought our dog Frisbee. It was very spontaneous. We had been dog sitting someone else, and then when we returned their dog, we were very sad, and so we bought a dog.
What kind of dog?
An Italian Greyhound.
Was this before or after you had kids?
This was before we had kids.
Obviously.
Yeah, very much so.
Because if you have 2 little boys under 4, you're not getting a dog.
If you want to do 6 minutes with our dog Frisbee, she'd probably have a lot to say about the boys.
What are you most scared of?
What are my heights?
Oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna go old school and just tell you I'm not afraid of heights.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's your favorite family tradition?
Once a year in the fall, oh my God, my wife's gonna be so bad. I immediately went to my parents and my brother. Is that all right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, gotcha, because I have another family at home.
Oh, yeah.
But my kids are too young and they haven't developed
Family, I didn't
the ability.
define it.
That's true, but my feeling my wife could, she could point out that I immediately jumped to my pre-existing family. Every fall, we go to Pittsburgh and go to a Steelers game together for my mom's birthday.
Oh, that's so nice, because your dad's from Pittsburgh,
My dad's
right?
from Pittsburgh, and it's really fun.
But where did you grow up?
I grew up in New Hampshire.
That's what I thought. That's what the research stated.
That's the next one.
Would you rather give up alcohol for a year or give up your phone for a month?
Phone for a month.
Agreed. What's your favorite drink?
Oh, gosh, like a good tequila?
Oh, what's your favorite tequila? That's my drink too.
I mostly just ask when I'm at a place, give me a good tequila. Yeah.
Do you put
What's
lime?
your favorite?
I call it actually. I named it the Savanita.
Oh.
You know, like margarita, but Savannah.
Oh,
Nobody
gotcha.
else. They don't know what that is.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it's tequila with sparkling water and lime juice.
I would just have the lime juice, like fresh lime juice and tequila.
Lots of ice though, right?
Yeah, yep.
There's a crisis. People don't put enough ice in.
I also sometimes, my least favorite thing at a bar or a restaurant is when you order a drink that looks really good on the cocktail menu and it comes up like in a martini glass with no ice.
Yes,
I'm
forget
very
it.
upset. I think they should always have a drawing of what the glass looks like.
Exactly. And perhaps a description of the ice.
Yeah.
If there were a movie made about your life so far, what would the title be?
What would the title be? Lucky Fella.
That's good. What's the last thing you searched for on Google?
What's the last thing I searched for on Google? Wow, that's a good question. What's the last thing?
You know what you're doing right now?
Trying to avoid
not to
the
lie,
things that I'd said.
But what you actually
no,
searched
I'm
was
trying
like
to lie.
foot fungus.
Yeah,
No, but you're like, what is the thing I can say that I last searched for?
I'm trying to think. What was the last thing I searched for in Google? Oh, you guys had a golfer on.
Yes, Gary
And-
Woodland.
Gary Woodland, who had a lovely story with your guest Amy. I watched that piece so that I would be able to appreciate that very good segment.
And
on
it
the
was
show. That
adorable.
great, yes.
What would you who would you most like to be stuck in an elevator with?
I would most like to be stuck in an elevator with Bruce Springsteen. Right?
Great.
Yeah,
Great
because then I could
choice.
ask him all the questions and it wouldn't be like I was wasting his time, because where else is he going to be?
And he could always sing some a cappella.
Ideally.
Assuming he didn't have his guitar with him.
Ideally.
If you were stuck on a desert island, but could bring one type of food with you to eat forever, what would you bring?
Chicken fingers.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you like a lot of toddler food?
I do. Well, I didn't really. I mean, I feel like the nice thing about living in New York is there's sort of like a medium to high tier chicken finger that you can get in this city.
There is.
Yeah.
Like Dirty Bird. You ever go to Dirty Bird?
Yes, I do.
I love Dirty Bird. What is your guilty pleasure?
Yeah, no, I feel like with tequila and chicken fingers, I really, knocked them both out. I don't know what my guilty pleasure is. Probably one version of that.
Chicken fingers and tequila
Yeah,
together.
like dipping a chicken finger in the tequila.
Haven't thought about
Yeah.
that, but
There
you
you
might
go.
be onto something. If you could relive 1 year in your life, which one would it be?
How about this? I'm going to tell you if I could relive one day of my life, I know
Yes.
specifically what it would be.
What?
It would be, and again, this is bad, but I'm hoping my wife
Your
won't watch
wedding
this.
day?
No. That would be the second one. The day I found out I got SNL was the most exciting day because it was before any of the stress of SNL started, and all I got to do for a whole day was call people and tell them.
I'm a writer for SNL.
Yeah.
And you'd been in comedy before.
I'd been in comedy, so it was like a lot of people who'd been really supportive of me all of those years. It was really an exciting thing to do.
What was the audition like? What did you have to do? Submit writing or did you have to perform?
I performed. It was a 5-minute on-stage audition, but stuff you wrote where you sort of did impressions and characters.
Was Lorne there?
Lorne was there.
Was he looking forlorn?
He always looks a little forlorn.
He does.
He's very, I will say, Rachel Dratch, who I did not know, but a friend of mine knew her, gave me the best piece of, not quite advice, but a tip, which was when you audition, no one will laugh. And that's a really good thing that then I told everybody, whoever auditioned, because people do laugh a little bit. And so if you hear no one's gonna laugh, if you hear even a little bit of a laugh, you think, oh, I'm crushing it.
Do they do that on purpose so that you'll be intimidated?
No, I will say they do that because they have probably seen 20 people in a day and they're just a little tired.
You're not that funny.
It's, you realize people who work at SNL and, their whole day is spent surrounded by, the best people in the world. Like sometimes it's very hard to be surprised and delighted by, people who are just starting out in it.
Yeah. What about karaoke? What's your go-to tune?
I don't care for karaoke, but it would be Thunder Road if I've had enough of those tequila chicken fingers.
And if you were in the elevator with Bruce?
I would say, hey, do you want to hear a different version? A different bounce on it?
Just say I have a different artistic interpretation of it.
The way you do it is great, don't get me wrong, but I think you're gonna like this.
We're almost out of time. I'm gonna save you here with your beautiful wife, Alexi.
Okay.
What is the most important trait in a partner?
Oh, what's the most, she ticks off so many, she has so many traits. The most important trait in a partner is, my wife's really intelligent and shows me the world in a way that I didn't see it beforehand. And on top of her being really loving and supportive, that's a really cool thing, is that you meet somebody and then you think you have a handle on how everything looks and you see it a different way and it just increases your world.
Seth Meyers, thank you so much.
Thanks, I think I broke the record. And I get this? Oh my
Yes,
God,
you
thank
do. You're welcome.
This is beautiful.
We'll be sending you a bill.
Thank you.
And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Jeopardy!
The theme song, the contestants.
So I know, you're wondering, has Ken Jennings quit his day job yet?
The game of answers and questions.
Who is Sherlock Holmes?
What is hijack?
Who's Carl Sagan?
What is debunk?
For me, the opportunity to guest host Jeopardy was a dream come true. Thank you, Johnny Gilbert. Jeopardy is iconic. It's this legendary show. Everyone loves it. Can't believe it. I'm here to guest host Jeopardy. Here we go. Jeopardy is America's favorite quiz show with a cult following and the awards to prove it. For 37 seasons and more than 8,000 episodes, Alex Trebek was the maestro behind it all. The thing about watching someone host Jeopardy, when you see Alex Trebek, he made it look easy.
She is also known as Belcalis Almanzar. Gabe.
Who is Cardi B?
Correct.
I watched a lot of Jeopardy to prepare. I watched a lot of Alex's episodes. If you want to learn how to be good at something, you watch the person who is the absolute best.
Julia?
Who is Kanye West?
Yes, and I hope I don't get an email from him.
Once they gave me the clues, I read them over and over again and made little notes and practiced my pronunciation with mixed results, let's just say. We take flubs and imperfection. Thank God. After a full day of production meetings and rehearsals. It takes a village to pit crews in. Hi, everybody! Hey, you ladies matched your outfits. I like that. All right. And meeting the real stars. Hi. How are you guys? Katie, Jonathan, and Caitlin. Welcome to Jeopardy. You're all so young and cute. Well, we're in it together. The point is to have fun. It's a game. It was showtime. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The moment was surreal.
And now, here is the guest host of Jeopardy, Savannah Guthrie.
Hi. Thank you so much, Johnny Gilbert. Hi, everybody. I am really excited to be here on this iconic stage, guest hosting Jeopardy. I kind of want to pinch myself. The Jeopardy schedule is not for the faint of heart, taping 10 shows in 10 outfits in just 2 days. Let's do it. Katie, you're our champion today, so you'll be choosing first from these categories. Let's take a look at what we've got. Is that show 1? We did it! Yay! I'll take relieved anchors for 1,000. The first game is done. Only 9 more to go. They haven't kicked me out yet. After a whirlwind week, that was a wrap. This experience over the past 2 weeks has been such an honor. I would never have any chance to actually be a contestant on Jeopardy, so this is the closest I could ever come. It's beyond my wildest dreams. So the question is, how did I do?
She kept everything moving along with the questions. It was just all around great.
She's great at thinking on her feet.
She read the clues beautifully. She ran the game beautifully. Tons across the board.
Thank you so much. It really was a joy, such a joy. Being here, standing behind this podium, I have a new appreciation. It was hard. It's one of the hardest things I've ever done, but it's also one of the best things I've ever done.
I knew Alex was an icon before I came here and guest hosted Jeopardy. But what I didn't know or couldn't really feel was how much he is loved and missed in these halls. I'm more in awe of him. I'm in awe of his skill, but I'm mostly in awe of his goodness, and it's so reflected in the people who work with him.
Hi, Today All Day. We've got a great show for you on this Monday morning, including an all-day exclusive chat you can only see here. But let's kick it off with Pop Start. Now that the Olympics are over, 18-year-old gold medal gymnast Suni Lee is off to start her next chapter, college. Over the weekend, she posted sweet pictures of herself on the grounds of Auburn University. Take a look.
This is a hefty pop start for you this morning. Let's start with Elton John. Following last week's release of his incredible single Cold Heart with Dua Lipa, Elton surprised a group of beachside diners over the weekend with a live performance of the new track. It all happened at a waterfront restaurant in Cannes, France, so nowhere close to us. But the Rocket Man himself stepped up to the DJ booth and took the mic. Watch this. If that happened.
Freak out.
I would freak
out. Look at the DJ.
Step one, book a reservation at a waterfront restaurant in Cannes, France.
Oh, exactly.
That's where we're messing up. All right, let's switch gears to more of a New York state of mind, shall we? Stars in stage and screen have teamed up for a special performance of the 1976 Billy Joel classic. It was filmed across each of New York City's 5 boroughs, and the video comes from the NYC Next organization's effort to encourage the city's recovery from the pandemic. Sara Bareilles, Idina Menzel, and Cautious Clay all lending their voice to the project. Here's a peek.
Comes down to reality, and that's fine with me, cause I let it slide. I don't care if it's Chinatown or up on Riverside. I don't have any reason. I've left them all behind. I'm in the New York state of mind.
I want it. How do we get it? How do we get it? That's a good question. But you can watch it on YouTube, and it's also, just hitting up all those just famous spots across New York City.
So good.
And you just saw Alexa Ray, Billy Joel's daughter, belting out her dad's famous.
So good, yeah.
And of course, right around the corner in the fall is the grand reopening of Broadway. So we're all super excited for that.
Awesome.
All right, next up, Suni Lee. She is one of our favorite breakout stars from the Tokyo Games. But now that the Olympics are over, the 18-year-old gold medal winning gymnast is off to start her next chapter. What is that? College. Over the weekend, Suni took to social media to share this sweet pic from the grounds of Auburn University, captioning the photo with the school's battle cry, War Eagle. Oh my God! I'm surprised, as the resident mom for this whole team, that
I'm helping her move in.
Helping her move.
Yeah, exactly. But wow, look! Can you imagine how popular she's going to be in school?
She said she wasn't expecting to win the gold medal, and this is her plan after the Olympics. All right, next up, Tim McGraw, the country crooner, cast a pretty special co-star in his latest music video. His 19-year-old daughter, Audrey. Tim and Faith's youngest child stars in the video for 7500 OBO off his recent studio album, Here on Earth. Tim saying on social media that he couldn't be more thrilled to have her join him. Watch this.
Singing along to where the green grass grows, hands out the window floating on the breeze. She's fixing her lips in the drop-down mirror. That pretty little thing made it hard to steer. I'm never gonna get her out of there. There's too many memories. Now there's
After the release, Tim shared that before booking Audrey.
Do you approve as a dad?
I don't know about that one.
He did say he wanted to yell cut, but but it was just a little pet. And he did run it by Faith, of course, the big boss in the house. And finally, Kristen Chenoweth, the Tony-winning actress, sat down with Hoda for the most recent episode of Quoted By. And during their conversation, Chenoweth shared her favorite quote by late author and former wife of Senator John Edwards, Elizabeth Edwards.
She stood in the storm, and when the wind did not blow her way, she adjusted her sails. And I thought, that's what we have to do in life. And of all women to say that, of course, she went through a lot of stuff, I think. But even in the good times, you still got to adjust your sails.
Because sometimes you feel like
that is totally her mantra. I mean, she spent so much of her career like nothing was a gimme. She was one of those people who had to keep going with the winds of change. She's cool.
Such a great conversation, and I love the outfit change.
You know what? I wear the same thing.
You did it this morning.
It's clear over and over and over. Okay.
Well, it looks good. Okay, make sure you catch that full conversation over on today.com.
Coming up next on Today Talks, is the 40-hour work week too much? The Third Hour gang shares their take on this buzzy topic. Stay with us.
Hey guys, welcome today. So happy you're joining us.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today. Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Welcome back. Today on the Third Hour, Dylan shares her unwritten rules of life. Plus, it's Kathy Lee Gifford's birthday today, and Joe Martin reveals a few throwback photos you don't want to miss. Take a look.
All right, it is time for Overheard on Third. We have some really awesome pictures we can't wait to show you for a very special reason. Jill, what's the special shout out today?
Well, we just celebrated your birthday, and now we're celebrating today. Happy birthday, Kathy Lee Gifford.
Yay,
we love
birthday.
you. She's one of the most incredible women. So many of us love her. And Matt Greenfield, our producer, said we have to show this because I was her intern at Regis and Kathy Lee 25 years ago. Was my mentor, still my mentor, and one of my dearest friends. And I wish you this is going to be your year, Kath.
Aww.
How was that internship? It had to be
amazing. I mean, amazing. I remember, I was a freshman at Michigan, and I got to come home and live in the city and intern there, and it was Kathy Lee Gifford, and then
but to parlay that into such a deep friendship is
so I remember that.
Right.
So anyway,
oh, that's nice. Well, happy birthday, Kathy Lee.
Happy birthday.
Not only is it Kathy Lee's birthday, it's Monday, it's the beginning of the work week. So this was an interesting article that was sent in by a 27-year-old woman, sent into the New York Times. She wrote about landing her dream job, but feels that the 40-hour work week just isn't sustainable because she's too busy. She's got hobbies, she's got things going on, she's got creative pursuits, laundry, a small dog. We so often work more than 40 hours a week.
40 hours? I was like, I read this in the Times yesterday, and I said 40 hours, that's like one day, but it's interesting to see how the generations are different. I mean, I don't think we work an enormous amount of hours, but 40 hours to me seems like a doable amount of time.
I do totally agree with it because it's hard to also squeeze in the laundry, find time to run to the grocery store to be able to cook dinner, and then just like little errands that you need to do. I don't know. I'd like to work less.
And then there's the famous 4-hour work week. The 4-hour work week.
Yes.
I don't know who can do that, but
no. But there are. I think in Iceland, is that right? That there's a 4-hour. I could see the 4-hour work week, or just like
4-day work.
4-day.
4 days.
Oh yeah. Tom's going for the 4 hours.
If you can get everything done in 4 hours,
right.
good
You're
for
amazing.
But shouldn't it be that you have the work ethic to just get your work done, however long it takes you, and it's
That's
not.
True. Yeah.
I just find with the phones now, we're always connected and we're always working in some way.
So even when you're off the clock, there's still that chance, especially now with our at-home studio setups and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, grateful to be able to do that. Yeah.
Okay, we talked about common phrases that we've all apparently been saying wrong. Well, the English language
like
and
the 4-hour work week.
Like the 4-hour work week, yeah. Merriam-Webster compiled a list of common expressions that we're saying wrong. So let's first show you how we normally say it. So for like nip it in the butt, it's actually nip it in the bud.
That one I knew.
That one I knew.
Yeah.
If this one bothers me because we so often say if worse comes to worse.
Right.
But it should be if worse comes to worst, because that makes more sense. You know, it's like if what's bad goes even worse.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
It comes
right.
worse.
If it comes worse, it's worse.
Here's another one. First come, first serve, which I have always said is actually first come, first served.
Oh, with the D on the end.
Did you guys know that?
First served.
First served.
That makes sense.
English.
Yeah, it does.
Grammatically. And this one drives me nuts because I could care less, people say. And it's, I couldn't care less. Because if you could care less, you could care less.
Right, but you cannot care less.
I could care
Right?
less.
Yes.
It's
I
I
could
couldn't,
not-
if I couldn't
not
care
care
less.
less.
Because I couldn't care less.
Oh, yes.
As opposed to if you could care less, you could possibly
Is it
care less.
wrong though? I'm going to challenge that one. I'm going to challenge
No, because
that
if
one.
you actually say, if you tell me to do something, I say, I could care less. I could actually care less.
I could, but maybe
It's almost like go do it.
No, I know what you guys are saying, but maybe I do kind of care less. Not I could not care less.
You just
but,
don't want to
yeah.
admit that you say all of these wrong.
Yeah, but I do the 4-hour work week, so I'm
And I call fiction on the jellyfish pig.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, avocados and raisin bran. Would you eat it? We taste test after the break.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today Food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready? Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back. Today on Hoda and Jenna. Hoda is back from vacation and dishing on all the details of her special birthday with her family. Take a look.
It's Kathy Lee's birthday, so we want to wish a very, very happy birthday. Kath's in Nashville.
Look how great she looks.
Yeah, we texted a little bit this morning.
How's she
doing
celebrating?
good.
She doing great?
She didn't say, but she's just happy that she's on the planet Earth for another ride around the sun, and she's loving her life. She's singing, she's making friends and creating things. She's got a lot. I mean, you know, she's got a lot going on.
She's super creative. All the Leos are. Speaking of your birthday, how was it?
It was great. It was really fun. I had my entire family in town, which we do it rarely now because I don't know. It just seems like it's hard. And anyway, everybody got together and it was super fun.
And they all came and stayed with you.
We all stayed in. Yep, we all stayed. Everyone had a place. We put signs on the doors, like the playroom, which is where Hannah and Ella slept. We put like their names.
Oh, cute.
My sister was in this little storage room for the beginning. Everyone had a little place, but it was really fun. And I think it's like you rarely get all your family in one spot. And it was so weird because I don't think I've ever seen Haley and Hope playing with their cousins real playing, not like baby and who's gonna get the thing. They were like holding hands, running around, and I didn't see them. I mean, it was like such fun.
I know, that's kind of the great, when they say it takes a village, that's what I think it means, is that like the cousins are helping and everybody's involved.
It was really fun. My mom was here and sister, so we all celebrated. Anyway, it was great. It was really great. Okay.
All right, well, there was a cereal debate. I told you about this. I posted something on Instagram. She hasn't seen it.
I haven't seen it.
But there was a friend of mine, was over for breakfast.
Okay.
And she told me that she likes avocado. She said, now, do you have an avocado? And I said, yes. And I thought she was going to make avocado toast.
Yeah.
She puts avocado in her Raisin Bran.
No, she doesn't.
Yes, she
No,
does.
she doesn't. Why?
So I was shocked by this.
Wait. What do you mean, mushed up avocado?
No, she chops it just like little chunks of avocado. I was shocked. And Poppy was like, Mom, it's just like a salad. But then she poured the milk.
Wait, do we have it?
Yes,
we
have
do?
it.
Oh, God.
I didn't try it, to be honest.
Okay.
I asked people on Instagram.
Oh, no, this can't be good. But let's try it. I love raisins.
I love raisins, but I don't love a raisin with an avocado.
Let's try the whole bite.
With the raisin and a soggy...
Get a good bite.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. You know what's funny about avocado?
It tastes good in anything.
It takes on the flavor of whatever it's with. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a neutral. It's a neutral. Avocado is the new neutral.
So I knew somebody who used to put avocado with cacao or chocolate, whatever.
Oh, but that kind of sounds good.
But they blended it up in a blender. No, I wouldn't. I mean, I'm eating it because it's here.
I'm going back for a second bite.
Hold on, me too.
I wouldn't choose to do it.
No, I wouldn't. You know what's funny? It actually does have a flavor. Can I ask, what was your favorite cereal when you were growing up as a kid? What could you eat like a salad bowl full of?
Well, my mom never bought us the sugary cereal.
Right.
But I do love Raisin Bran. So
Wait, Raisin Bran would be your go-to?
I know, that's so sad.
Of all the cereals in the world?
At one point, we only had grape nuts.
Okay, when you went over to your friend's house and they had good cereals.
I mean, I guess Cinnamon Toast Crunch, but that we got so rarely. But I will say, I was so excited when I once saw that you could put grape nuts, which I don't know if y'all have had grape nuts recently.
It's like eating bark
It's
off a
like
tree.
eating dog food. And I found out that you could put it in the microwave to make it warm, and I went to bed so excited.
Why?
Like I was like,
because you could warm it up.
I'm gonna make my grape nuts warm and it'll be delicious. Turns out warming things does not change the way it tastes.
Still gross.
It was such a disappointment.
I remember.
What about yours?
Oh my God, mine was. They don't even have this. Well, I loved Captain Crunch with Crunch Berries. That was always a big.
Could you eat that? Would your mom buy it?
Well, she would get it.
Oh, you're so lucky.
And we also had Quisp, which Quisp is like this weird cereal that. Did anyone remember Quisp?
Wait, is Quisp not like
Quisp is awesome.
Is
Does it
Quisp
still
a little
exist?
bit like Chet?
It does? I don't think so. It doesn't exist. It looks like little flying saucers because the guy was like an alien. And when you crunched them, it tasted like Captain Crunch, except better.
Okay.
And you could have a whole like salad bowl full of it.
I still have a little avocado just right here.
Okay, so what did our
So here's the
survey
thing.
say?
Most people on my Insta said they would never try it.
Okay.
I'm wondering, why don't y'all tell us?
Try it.
On our Insta, would you try this? My thought is no. But
I can't believe your friend just chopped it right up in there.
It was. I was just totally
so
shocked,
weird.
and she wasn't trying to like.
No, that was what she
show
eats.
off. This is what she does. She
eats
says
for
it adds protein and makes her full longer. I'm like, yeah, but can't you just put it in eggs?
Why? Yeah.
Or put it on toast? Like,
Right,
there's a
or
way.
just
I get
eat
that
it.
avocado is good for you, but do you have to put it in milk?
All right, we're going to put you in a good mood because this song is, first of all, some of New York's brightest stars. They got together for a special performance to honor this city, and now is kind of the perfect time for it.
Yeah, this is so awesome. Sara Bareilles, Idina Menzel, they all performed the Billy Joel classic, New York State of Mind.
Comes down to reality, and that's fine with me, cause I let it slide. I don't care if it's Chinatown or up on Riverside. I don't have any reason. I've left them all behind.
I'm in the New York State of Mind.
That is awesome.
so
That is
awesome.
a 10 plus.
I just love looking at all the neighborhoods, right? And these incredible performers. Billy Ray's daughter, by the way, Alexi Ray, stood in for her dad in there. Billy Joel's. I got confused with Billy Ray Cyrus. But that's Miley. No, but by the way, I was such a Billy Joel fan as a little kid that I loved the song, Now I'm on the Downeastern Alexa. So I knew who his daughter was Probably before she did.
By the way, do you know the best love song ever written? It's a song by Billy Joel, and it's called, I think it's called Home.
Home?
Yeah, it's one that you don't hear very often, and every time
I know
hear
all
it,
of his songs.
Yeah,
I'm shocked.
this one, I'll play it for you in the commercial.
Okay,
All right, by the
wait.
way, this video comes from NYC Next. It's an organization working to re-energize the city after the pandemic.
So awesome. And the city has a lot of energy.
Yeah,
by the way.
it sure
Don't you feel
does.
that way?
All right, guys, it is time for Unscripted. Okay, let's talk text etiquette, because why are you looking at me?
Well, I'm just wondering if do you like to text?
Well, I love to text, but here's the social cues question that
Okay.
came out of the New York Times. The reader said this.
I play in a tennis league of 8 women. Recently, a couple members texted the group about 40 minutes beforehand, asking that we push the start back 30 minutes. 4 responded, 2 never saw the text. One of the original texters apologized, but the other's attitude was more like, why didn't you check your phone?
So 40 minutes before, they wanted to delay
Switch
the
it. Yeah,
tennis thing,
no.
and not everybody had their phone on them.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that's the problem with texting, because now you know that you can. It's like 5 minutes, you're like, hey.
Running late.
Running late.
Yeah.
I hate running late.
I know you hate running late.
Do you?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I'm so glad that I was prepared by parents who were like, Jen, we're leaving in 27 minutes for church, because it prepared me for you. It shows you never know, because they think being late is like the rudest thing.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I feel like, because my kids were asking about how many minutes, and now it's how many minutes.
I know.
And now what have I done? Because now that's
It's
what
like
they're
a
talking
rush,
about.
rush,
How many
rush.
minutes till they come? How many minutes till they arrive? 10 minutes or 7 minutes? That's what they were asking me. I was like, oh God, you're like me. I've ruined it. But what do you think is right?
I think you need to pick up the phone and call.
Right. And say,
And always,
yeah.
and just say I can't, and try. And I don't know why why they've just decided 40 minutes before.
Right.
But
if it was an emergency,
yeah,
that's one thing.
Yeah.
But if you're just trying to push it back because it's inconvenient.
Yeah, you're running a little late. Maybe you just have to bow out, which
Well,
I know is also rude. But
Phil Galanis had his answer, and he says this: the notice was clearly insufficient.
Mm-hmm.
One of the players was already driving to the courts. I can't dictate a precise window for polite notice. Try for at least a couple of hours.
It's funny because it's like, I think people are in their own world and they think that everybody's just staring at their phones all the time, but not everybody is.
I know. Did you not get my text?
Yeah.
It's like, I put my phone down.
Or maybe you get it, but you're playing with your kids and you forget, and that's like, let's give everybody a little grace, you know? Jeez, let's put the phone down a little. It's summer, let's let it extend.
Remember when I tried to put it in the Tupperware?
Yeah, that lasted a day.
Not even.
Today Talks continues after the break. We have an exclusive chat you can only see here on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go.
And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Hey guys, welcome today. So happy you're joining us.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back to Today Talks and our exclusive content you can only see here on Today All Day.
It's so cozy here. I'm just marveling about how, when you were a little kid, how you didn't have all the snacks in your house piled in there.
We didn't really have snacks, and our next door neighbor, Robin Oxford, had so many snacks, so I would climb through my window. Because the truth is, we still wanted it.
I know. I think you want it more. That's a trouble I think that we're having, because I remember my mom used to give me, my parents used to give me my lunch money for a week.
Yes.
And there was a girl who used to sell Now and Laters in a book that she hollowed out.
Oh my gosh, she was an entrepreneur.
Yeah, so there were Now or Laters in there, and she would sell them one by one. So I would buy them with my lunch money.
And then you wouldn't eat anything else?
And then on Thursday and Friday,
you were out.
I was out of dough. And I would sometimes say that I wasn't hungry for lunch, even though I was. Because I remember that I would spend the money on
the
those
candy.
Now and Laters. But can you imagine that she had a book with the Now and Laters
she's probably
inside?
a CEO now.
She probably
or a drug
is.
dealer. No, I mean, maybe not. But that's so interesting.
But I think it's like when you don't have tons
of sugar.
Yeah, in your house, you end up going a little crazy.
I went crazy.
You did.
Like I loved eclairs when I was little.
I forgot about those.
I love an eclair, and I can't remember where I had one. Probably at like Les Madeleine or something. You know, like the only French chain we went to. And I had an eclair for the first time, and I just will never forget that moment because we didn't eat that much.
Right when you had it. I still want to do what that lady did who wrote the book French Women Don't Get Fat. She was brilliant.
What did she do?
She said she had like ways that she said you could always like stay fit but enjoy things. One of them was, she said, when you start your week, you should get a whole bunch of leeks, put them with water and make like a leek soup. It's a diuretic, so all you're doing all day is clearing out all the water from your system. Wait. Then she said French women always walk everywhere. So no matter where you did, stairs, da-da-da-da-da. And the other thing is, she said, when you decide that you're gonna have something sweet, don't do what we do, which is dump a whole fistful of M&Ms in our mouth and chew it while we're walking or on the phone. Don't do that.
Do it one
at
a time?
Go to like a beautiful, like if you're in the mall, go to the Godiva store.
Yeah.
Get I'll just have one piece. Take it home. Like don't shove it in while you're putting your car in reverse the way that I would do.
Yeah,
Take
and
it
mine's
home.
always Mrs. Fields. If we're at the mall and I've eaten 7 white chocolate cookies.
But wait, take the one, go into a room quietly.
Okay.
Oh, wait. No kids. Open it. Don't like shove it in and think about something else. Half a bite, put it back. Like, taste it. The good stuff.
I think that's called mindful eating.
Maybe that's what Jennifer Aniston
I know.
is doing.
Jennifer Aniston says she mindful eats, and you know what? You can tell she does. I'm going to mindful
she said
eat.
She eats one chip, in case someone missed it. One potato chip when she's stressed, and one M&M. But forget that. That's not good. So you have the one.
But you're saying the same thing.
But it's one delicious one, and you savor it.
But you're saying you were anti Jennifer Aniston's philosophy of one chip, but you are saying the exact same thing as Jennifer Aniston. The only difference is she eats an M&M and you want a Godiva. It's the same thing. I'm still sort of stuck in the leek soup.
No, the leek soup is great.
Have you done it?
Diuretic. Yes, I did it. I did the whole thing.
You did that for one day.
Well, I did, but I liked it. And I remembered, and you drink a ton of water. I can't remember all the rest of the things, but I really felt good following it for that period of time.
How long did you do it?
And everything, but everything was small. Like, instead of like eating a ton of stuff. Like, you are
Jennifer Aniston.
No, but if you go on a trip, I still remember, like, you go on a trip somewhere overseas, and the portion comes, and you're like, what is this puny, tiny, little, like, where's the other half of what we're eating?
We don't eat right.
We gorge. We get big jumbos.
Large
and I'm
quesadilla.
Disappointed when it doesn't. When it
I know,
comes
but
back
then
a
if
little.
you eat it, and probably, like Jennifer Aniston says, slowly.
Oh, that's the other thing.
Slowly.
You're supposed to chew each bite like 35 times or something. It's good.
Do you count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7?
But you really chew it because you know how we do.
Yes,
shovel it in.
I mean, and I've noticed that my kids are sort of like I am, where it's like they have so many things in their mouth, and then they're like, you know, it's like a choke.
No, it's funny. Eating with Joel. Joel's fork and knife, puts his utensils down and chews. Sometimes I catch him side-eyeing me, like almost horrified. You don't really, it's like, because now we're so used to each other.
Yes.
So I was just shoveling it, and I saw him almost look at me like, oh, God.
How did he do that? It's like a marvel. He was like marveling at you. No, it's so funny because my dad is the fastest eater. He can probably sit and have a meal. He's the fastest, and Mila called him out on it. She was still eating her hamburger. Yeah. He'd already eaten, and she goes, what, you're going to go get dessert because it's that important to you? And he was already up getting his dessert, and then he came around and he's like, are you done? And she's like, no. I'm not done. I was like, you're so awesome, and you're only 7. 8.
Can you imagine that?
She's like, no, can you just, I'm only 8. Not all of this can be woofed down in the amount of time you do it.
Oh, you're raising very, very kids who know what they want. That's
It's
amazing.
hilarious.
Most people would have just caved. Anyway, is it over?
I think it's done.
Okay, anyway.
That's it. That's all we've got for this episode of Today Talks.
Okay, guys, full confession. I got to see 3 episodes of Girls 5 Ever. Gonna be famous 5 ever.
Forever too short.
Stop it. It's so, first of all, it's so catchy. And truth be told, I was supposed to be on the set starting the Today Show at 7. I was in my dressing room. I was playing episode 2.
Yay!
Played episode 3. They said, come down. I gave it to Savannah in the commercial. I said, watch 5 minutes. You guys are the Ted Lasso for women. It is so funny. So first of all, I need to know, how did you four get chosen to be together? Because to me, this is sort of magic. Busy, why don't you start us off?
It was a contest at the mall, Dakota, and we all just showed up. No, I mean, I feel so grateful when Tina Fey called me. Sarah and Renee were already signed on to the project, and it was as if someone in the middle of the hardest year in all of our, oh my God, I'm going to cry. Am I crying? I'm about to cry. The hardest year in all of our lives. Someone called me Tina Fey, the best in the world, and offered me like my dream come true. Do you want to come and spend like the next 4 months working with the most incredible women and sing with the most talented singers and pretend that you were a pop star? And I was like, I fell on the ground. So that's how I was lucky enough to join the cast. And when I read the script, I knew for sure. I was like, it has to be Paula Pell. If it's not Paula, I don't know who it is. And then we signed on for that table read, and I saw Paula, and I was like, yes.
Paula, you are a fan favorite. I mean, every time you come up on the screen, before you even open your mouth, I start laughing. I'm like, I'm not sure what's coming, but I got to get ready.
Gloria's the character always has that look. Like, it reminds me of my old grandpa Joey, who was Italian, that would always be like, you know what's wrong with this country? Everyone's got 2 cars. There's a lot of weight on her. She's got a lot of weight on her, but a lot of weight in her soul that she needs to unleash and unpeel in the series, which I love, because like the exhilaration of, you'll see later in the episodes that Gloria starts really letting it rip.
Oh, well, she lets it rip in the first few too.
That's true. She's not a shy flower in the first couple.
So Sarah and Renee, you guys were signed on first. So will you just tell me, how did the call come for you, Renee?
I got sent the pilot script, and I laughed so hard and cried a little bit, because I was like, I just kept spit taking. Because my question was, I don't understand the title of this show, in the email. And then 2 pages into the pilot, I was like, oh my God, like 2 pages in, it was just the funniest. My favorite thing ever in any kind of 90s, group movie is that group that didn't make it, like that group that had like this huge moment of fame that didn't make it. And sometimes they're just in the beginning of a movie. And the fact that it's an entire series about the thing that just makes me laugh more than anything in the world is just a gift from Meredith Scardino.
Yes.
And Tina Fey.
Sarah, your voice is bar none. I've loved you since the very beginning. The minute I heard Sarah sing, it was like a warm hand on your heart. So I knew music was obviously in your blood. What I didn't know was that you have that funny timing. You have that great comedic timing. So when you were stepping into this role, and this is a little unfamiliar to you, I mean, you hadn't really acted in the comedy before. How did you get your sea legs?
Working amongst the sea of this beautiful community of talented people. I mean, I think, in some ways I think, so my sister, Jenny, is a hilarious person. And I think that I have spent my entire life looking up to her and watching her and her comedic timing. And then this was like an opportunity to like practice, but being so held and so supported by these, you know, these three women in particular, but also our creative team and the other cast members. It was a really extraordinary set to be on. I think partially because we were coming to this job amidst COVID. And so there was this undercurrent of just gratitude to get to work, to be able to go to work and to be with other people and to do something creative that was joyful. All of it felt like very present to me. So I think, you know, in the context of what last year felt like, it was like leap, you know, and hopefully the ground shall appear, because it was a big trust fall. I was very nervous to sign on, and I told Tina and Meredith, I was like, I think you called the wrong person. I don't know what you think this is not what I do. But I had so much fun.
Did you guys make it through without busting up in every take?
Oh my
We
God.
did.
Yeah, that was hard.
We were at the very end of the shoot. We had, it was like the last hour where we were delirious. It was freezing cold outside. We were on our very last minute, and they handed us a sheet to just record something without camera, just for some like answering machine moment. And it was something a line for Busy that was so ungodly funny, and they didn't warn us, and we were so loopy, and she just said the line, and it was that church cry where you can't come back from it, and it's like, oh, like everyone is about to kill us because we're about to wrap on this entire season, and we cannot get through it. We couldn't get through it. We just kept having to like recollect. So, and I grew up in church, like grown up Catholic with a lot of giggle fits, and oh my God. We couldn't stop crying. We couldn't stop laughing, cry laughing.
How many of you guys saw Renee in Hamilton?
Oh, numerous times.
So many times.
Okay, come on. So you knew that she was just like a perfect human being. So
Oh my God.
first your role in this, Renee, is hilarious because I didn't see it coming. I'm like, you play this kind of diva. You don't care. You're like, get back, Nats. You're like dusting everyone away from you. Was it fun to get into that character, which is so not your personality?
Oh my God, thank you for saying that, Oda. Yeah, it was a stretch for me. You know what made it so easy? I'll just copy, Sarah. It's those women and how brilliantly funny they are, but also it was the styling. What I'm most excited about this show is that style team, the hair, the makeup, those clothes from that time, or even their choices in present day, what they wear. I almost felt like, don't judge my performance until they have put on this look. Because once I stepped into that 90s, that hair, those wigs, those clothes, once I stepped into that moment, I just felt like my Sasha Fierce came out.
Yeah.
And it was a joy.
We saw it too. It did come out.
It did. I was shocked. I was like, oh, get back. I'm sorry.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends of today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
In a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
But you guys, the singing is so on point. Y'all are joking the whole time. And the lyrics, by the way, they're such earworms. What's the lyric that is still an earworm for you guys?
Oh, God.
Oh,
Dream
girlfriends. Yeah.
Dream
How does that go?
It just dream girlfriends, because our dads are dead.
So you never have to meet them and get asked why you left school. Like,
I mean, it's my favorite. I sing
It's
it
so
sometimes
bad.
just like not even in jokes, doing the dishes. I'm just like, dream girlfriend. I mean, all the time I'm singing.
You know,
Dream
I
Girlfriend.
worked for years with Jeff Richmond. I've known him for almost 20 years. And he, of course, you know, was a musical director at SNL. He wrote so many funny things at SNL. He's so talented. And then add Meredith Scardino, who's one of the funniest comedy writers on earth. And the two of them with the lyrics and music together are just, and of course he did Mean Girls the musical, but it's like on Broadway, but just like incredibly funny songs. And then of course our big song at the end of the season is written by the incredible Sara Bareilles that made us open mouth bubble cry, like put a bubble out of our mouth crying when we first heard it. And we get to sing that. We get to sing what she wrote with these three, and it is like a pinch me every single day doing it.
I didn't know. I mean, I knew you wrote Waitress, obviously, and you ended up on Broadway on stage that night. And I remember that too. That was beautiful. I didn't know you wrote a song for this one too.
I did. Yeah. It was, testament to the deeply collaborative and sort of open-hearted nature of the writing team and the music, the whole music department, but Jeff in particular, who approached me kind of early in the season saying, we have this song kind of towards the end. We know the concept a little bit, but are you interested in playing? And at that point, I was a little bit just like, I don't quite know what I'm doing. I'm just trying to remember my lines. And so I don't know if I can take it on. But as the season went on, and just madly fell in love with everyone on set, but these three in particular. And then it became really fun to think about, what would we say if, it's celebrating the idea of being perfectly imperfect. We're coming up 4 stars instead of 5 stars. So it's like that, the idea that they find a way to celebrate themselves in all of their flaws, in all of their imperfections. And then it was just a collaboration. I mean, it was Meredith's lyrical ideas that I sort of teased out in different directions, and Jeff was at the ready to kind of, ping pong it back and forth. But it was so celebratory. I felt so proud.
I love the whole concept, because a lot of us right now, some are in our 40s, some of us are in our 50s. And I think you guys are in those categories.
Yes.
And you feel like there's something about reclaiming a little bit of something.
Yeah.
I just love the whole premise, Busy.
Yeah. I mean, well, for me, that was also part of what was so incredible, that I feel like so many of us of this age group, so many women, Gen X women, do feel this connection to like reclaiming your own narrative and being able to, I mean, it's something that I feel really strongly about, obviously. Mm-hmm. And to have, look, I was a teen actor, mm-hmm. 20 years ago, I was on television, and to have this sort of mirrored big comedy storyline about, 4 women who, when they were very young, were put together and were told a lot of things about who they were and what they were capable of. And now they're adults and they're like grown women who realize, well, wait, I don't have to be held to that anymore. And they realize that together, which is just what I love, and through supporting one another. So, I mean, the show is insane and hilarious and incredible, but then also just the heart of that and the relatability is something that I love so deeply.
I totally agree. Renee, your character is put on, like she's trying to let everyone think that she's, really made it big, when in reality, she's got a big secret. And I think a lot of women try, in real life, they try to put on a front. They put on a face. It's all BS, but they do that. They're like, you know what? I want people to think I have my stuff together.
And what's that about? I mean, if there's anything that we should get at this age, it should be the ability to let that go. And I think the harder it is for them to do, the more relatable they are. And when they succeed at it, when they succeed at reclaiming their voice, as she said, or just understanding that there's still value to who they are, even in an industry that might keep saying no. Just that is something that we deserve.
Yeah.
And we deserve it, like in this country, we deserve it in this world. We deserve it as women. We deserve it as women that are getting older and getting better. So it's an underdog story that has a victorious, song to it that I feel resonates even bigger than like the idea that, of what the show is about.
I can't.
But also, wait, can I just say, like, all of us on this Zoom, I would say, are like in our prime now. You know what I mean? And if you had told me that at age 23, I would have been like, okay, well, you can just take a seat. But I'm so like, I look at the work Paula does and Renee and Hoda, you and your life and my beautiful SB and your, and I just think like, oh, wow, this is where it's at. It's not at 23.
And the audacity to think.
I think women, I grew up as a woman who holds gravity. That's my new word for size. And I really always was living in the potential. Everyone would tell me my potential. You could be this, you could be pretty, you could be this, you could be, and it was always like they were giving you some wisdom, and it was so insulting, but in feeling horrible, but you didn't know, you just were like, okay. And I feel like women so much are always told, you could, if you did this, you could. And really this whole story and this show and the songs and the everything and the way we take it back from the sorry, men, but that kind of controlled our career and gave us the songs, everything. Now we're like, no, we're going to write our own songs. And it's kind of symbolic. We're going to write our own song. We're going to write our own story, and we're going to be a complete sentence, and we're going to be enough. And we're going to like be really excited about that.
That was such an empowering moment. That moment right there that you're describing, Paula. And I was thinking, Sarah, because you guys were all in the room and he was playing some horrible, crappy demo and everyone's like, and then finally you guys stand up and you say, no, we actually don't like that. And I just wondered, Sarah, like in real life, you've managed a music career through all this stuff. And I feel like, and I don't know if this is right, but I feel like you've always kind of been like, this is me. Take me or leave me. This is me.
I think that is true. And it was not I think I always want to remind people that it was clumsy and like there was so many flaws to that. There were even flaws in the fact that I was so shut down to taking in anybody in a collaborative way. I was so protective of losing myself that I don't even think I opened myself up to people who may have expanded my perspective or augmented my talent in some way. I was so, my dukes were up for such a long time, but hindsight is always 20/20. And I think at that age when I was in my mid 20s when I started my music career, and I had this experience of standing up and being told like, you should sing this song called Just Have Fun. And I'm like, I don't want to. And I like left, and of course I'm crying, and I'm like, oh, so misunderstood in the world. But then it makes me write love songs, like the places where, we hit those hurdles that clarify something. That's the kind of energy of the universe that I get really excited about, because sometimes you have to know what you don't want before you know what you do want. And I think this show really celebrates that.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Paula?
That's when you find out who you are. When you are so afraid to speak up, and then you speak up, and then you go and cry, and then you're like, why am I crying? That's what I believe. That's what I don't like that. I don't want to do it,
Right.
Well, I am so crazy about this show. You guys, I think it's going to be a crazy hit. I mean, I cannot think of a woman friend of mine who would not be glued to this, but you all, it's a home run, and I can't wait. So I just want to say, this is the perfect combination. Hats off to Tina, and hats off to your brilliant writer on this show, and just hats off to you guys. What a great combo.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Hoda.
Hoda.
Thank you,
Love
Hoda.
you. Yes, all the way.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The name Busy is fitting for our next guest because Busy Phillips has a lot going on. She is a New York Times bestselling author, podcast host, actor, and a mom.
Her career took off with Freaks and Geeks, a cult classic TV series set in the 80s about friends at a Michigan high school.
Well, now, Busy is starring in a new Peacock original comedy. It's executive produced by Tina Fey, Girls Five Ever. That's what it's called, Girls Five Ever. Remember that. It follows once famous 90s pop stars who are trying to reclaim their celebrity status.
Summer, you're home. Always. Oh, I just heard us during Peloton. We are back. What are we gonna do? You know, Carnival has a 90s themed cruise that goes around the Pacific Garbage Patch.
No. I just have your licensing check. It expires on Friday, so. Oh, and I brought you this baby gift that I've had for you for like 5 ever.
That is so sweet. Thank you. Oh, come. You have to meet Stevia, but don't touch her. She's not vaccinated.
It's timely.
Busy Phillips up early. Good to see you. Thank you for getting up.
Oh, it's so great to see you. Well, guys, I'm on the East Coast now, so this is
that's true. Oh, so it's not that early.
Yeah.
Is it true, Busy, that when this opportunity came along, you actually thought about not returning to acting?
Well, the truth is that I was planning on not returning to acting. And then Tina Fey called me and said, hey, I have this part on a TV show where you would be playing essentially, you know, grown-up Spice Girl kind of, you know, a girl from a 90s band, girl group who, you know, is now in her 40s and they attempt to come back, and Sara Bareilles and Renee Elise Goldsberry are already signed on, and Meredith Scardino, who created the show and wrote the script. And I just think you are the person to play Summer. And I guess at that point you're like, well, I mean, you can't say no to Tina Fey and then to live the dream of being a 90s pop group. I mean, I just said, I have one question. Are there flashbacks? And she's like, yes. And I said, do I get to play myself in the flashbacks? And she said yes. And I was like, I'm in.
You know, and there are so many levels to it, too, because first of all, you guys can all really sing. Like, each of you can hold your own mega concert, but put all of you guys together. So that's one. And then also, it's fun to watch. I heard you guys talking with Hoda a little earlier this morning. There's a message in there, too. I mean, you know, you're 40, you're 50, or you're 60. You can still have great things ahead of you, you know?
Yeah, and I think, you know, we talked about this with Hoda, like, to me, when I look at even just the ladies on the show, when I look at so many women in my life, so many of my friends, they're really now hitting their stride in so many ways, career-wise, family-wise, and I just personally feel like, at 23, 24, when I started out, I started out in this business at 19, but, I didn't know that my 40s were going to be the thing that was going to be the best,
And look at you now.
Here we are.
So tell us about your character, Summer. I feel like in girls groups, especially in the 90s, they all just had that different thing about them that made them special. What makes Summer so special?
Right. Well, yeah, I think that the typical thing in those sort of put together girl groups is that they each were given a personality, right? Like this was who this one is. Like this one's the singer,
You're right.
This one's the sporty one. So Summer is really like, she's very sweet. She's been living this life since the girl group where, she's really just been living for the past fame. She's married to a man who was in a boy band.
Of course.
Yes. Their daughter is an internet influencer, and she has been trying to get back into the limelight basically since she was kicked out of the limelight. So she's very excited about the possibility for a comeback, but she doesn't particularly have any real ideas or really can't offer much in terms of how to make that happen, except for enthusiasm.
There you go.
Well, you have the enthusiasm too, which we love.
Busy thing.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Renee Elise Goldberry is the Tony-winning actress who played Angelica Schuyler in Lin-Manuel Miranda's hit Broadway smash Hamilton, which, by the way, in case you were wondering, it started streaming this summer.
It did. I think everybody knows that. But now the multi-talented actress is in the fast lane in DreamWorks' animated Fast and Furious Spy Racers. She plays Miss Nowhere, a secret agent who recruits thrill-seeking teen drivers to infiltrate a criminal street racing circuit.
And guys, that's not enough. She's got another big project. She's working with Tina Fey. Renee, good morning. Good morning. Tell us what it's like, the great Tina Fey. She's usually right across the street from us here at 30 Rock. What's it like working with her?
She is one of those people, oh my gosh, now especially because she has to wear a mask. All of that amazingness, awesomeness that she is, she comes in the room and you don't even know she's there. She's just like this brilliant person that whispers in your ear as she walks by. Kind of like the best of us. She can be so unassuming, which is what's so amazing about her talent being so great.
You play a role that really is a dream role for many singers. You play a member of a girl group who had a one-hit wonder. Is that like a dream?
You know, it is a dream, actually. It's so funny. The idea of being in a one-hit wonder group back in the day for me seemed like I had not made it. But right now, I would love to have one hit. This group, yeah, it's a group of women who had a big hit in the 90s, and we end up getting another chance about 20 years later. So it's the fun of watching slightly older women, reclaim their joy and reclaim their power. It's hilarious. It's Busy Phillips, Paula Pell, Sara Bareilles, me.
Paula Pell is one of the funniest.
I love that. And Sarah.
Oh my God, she's so funny.
Isn't she so
You're
funny?
getting a call.
Somebody
No, you're getting
calling
a
you?
call. It's okay.
Don't
But
worry.
by the
she's
way,
still
you
here.
said slightly older. I want to emphasize the slightly.
Hello, today all day. Summer's almost here, and if you're looking for the perfect way to welcome warmer weather, my pal Anthony Contrino is sharing his favorite al fresco meal. Not al roca, but al fresco. We're talking juicy pork milanese, peppery arugula salad, an easy antipasti, along with Uncle Pasty, with olives, and of course, a classic Italian cocktail to wash it all down.
Summer is just around the corner. It's not one of my favorite seasons, but my birthday's in there, so I'll allow it. Anyway, it is gonna be really nice to be able to dine outside with friends. So today I'm whipping up the perfect al fresco meal. I'll be making delicious orange rosemary marinated olives, the juiciest, crispiest pork milanese that you've ever had, topped with a nice fresh salad. And then of course, we need a cocktail, or two. I'll be making a Negroni and an Americano. Oh, hi, I didn't see you there. Welcome to the new set of Saucy. Let's get cooking. I'm gonna be making some delicious orange rosemary marinated olives. We love olives in my family. We have them out for every holiday as part of an antipasti. I'm gonna be using orange and rosemary because those are two flavors that I like and that work really well together. So first things first, I have two different kinds of olives. My favorite, Castelvetrano, which are super buttery, and then a little bit more of a pungent flavor with Kalamata olives. I like the two to balance off each other, and they're really pretty when mixed up together later on. For the marinade itself, we'll start by adding some oil. It's about 1/3 of a cup. You can eyeball this into a small saucepan. So first things first, an orange. Any sweet orange will do. This is a plain navel orange, and I'm just cutting a few strips off. Then I like to go back with a knife and carefully, don't hurt yourself here, similar to like filleting fish, remove the bitter pith. We don't need any bitter flavor in our marinade over here. So you can see all the white part is gone and you're left with just the beautiful, super fragrant skin. Right into the pot that goes. Take your time. Better off being safe than sorry with this. And the last one into the pot. Don't want this orange to go to waste. So I'm gonna take that sweet, delicious juice and we'll add that to the pot as well. That'll add a little bit of sweetness to our olives. Next up, garlic. Why does this happen every time? 6 takes later, I'm gonna grab 2 cloves. You can buy them peeled already, which will save on the aggravation. Okay, so just thin slice, 1/8 of an inch, even thinner if you can, without hurting yourself. Into our pot. Then let's add some more flavor. A bay leaf. I'm gonna add a pinch of red pepper flakes. I'm not a big spice person, so I literally just add a tiny little pinch. Last but not least, some fresh rosemary. So I'm gonna cut off a couple of sprigs here and pull off about half of the leaves or just kind of break them. I just like the way it looks when it's in there. It's still gonna permeate that oil. So I'm literally just waiting for the edges to just sort of start to simmer as I'm doing this. It'll go pretty quickly. We're not looking to cook, we're looking to infuse. You'll know it's done when it gets nice and fragrant. Similar when you add garlic and onion to like a saute pan, and it's getting there, smelling really good already. So you can see it's starting to simmer a little bit. So I'm gonna cut the heat and then simply just pour it right on top of our olives. Make sure you get all of this flavor. Leave no speck of garlic or rosemary behind. Okay, now I'm gonna let this sit out at room temperature for a couple of hours. So every now and then, every time you pass it, just pick it up, give it a tossy turn, zhuzh it up, get those olives coated nice with that oil to help marinate it, and give those olives some time to steep.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes. This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world.
Love it! Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
If there's one thing that I can eat for dinner every night, it's pork milanese, or any milanese. Chicken, anything, pound it thin, fry it crispy, I'm gonna eat it. I'd probably even enjoy shoe leather if it was fried. So right here I have, from my butcher, you can get these at most supermarkets, some nice, beautiful, thick pork loin chops that are boneless. I'm gonna pound them nice and thin so that every inch of this milanese is absurdly crispy. Get yourself a generous sized sheet of plastic wrap. And this is where the fun begins, guys. This may look a little scary, but I promise you it's not. We're going to butterfly these chops. So, I'm gonna place a chop on the plastic wrap, taking a really sharp chef knife. I'm going to find the center, and I'm gonna cut it open like a book. Work slowly, deliberate, steady slices. And this is just to help get it nice and thin. And I'm just slowly going to start peeling it open. And there you go. If you skip this step and just start pounding, you're gonna be there all day and your meat's not gonna be as tender. So truly don't skip that step. Be sure to leave a little slack around so that our chop has room to grow. Get yourself one of these fun toys and go to town. Watch your fingers, don't do what I almost just did. There you have it. It's about 1/4 of an inch thick, And we have a gorgeous big cutlet now that is for one person. Keep going. Did your kids or your boss piss you off today? This is the perfect meal to make at the end of the day. This one's even better. You can do this with chicken breast. I love it with chicken. You can do it with beef. If you don't have time to go to the gym, this is the perfect activity for you. Is this what it feels like to exercise? One to go. That looks great. As easy as that. I am going to wipe down, sanitize, clean my hands, and then we're going to dredge these guys up. Okay, now that that's set up, let's start getting these bad boys breaded. So, free them from the plastic wrap. Look how great that looks. Nice and thin. And when cooking, you want to make sure you're seasoning in layers. You never want to just finish with salt because it's just sitting on top and doesn't have time to absorb. Also, when cooking, you want to do all of one action at once. It keeps things neater, it's quicker. This is the bulk of the seasoning, so don't be cheap. And get both sides. The last one's always the annoying one, isn't it? Perfect. Now to begin breading. You may notice that there's something here missing, flour. Growing up, whenever my dad made chicken cutlets or Milanese, he never used flour. And when I went to culinary school, I was like, what's with the flour? And I've tested it both ways. In this case, it is an extra ingredient, an extra step, and I find it to be completely unnecessary. It actually coats better to this pork if you don't use flour. So while you're probably thinking I don't know what I'm talking about, I would curse here, but I'm not allowed to anymore. I definitely do. So this is my dredging station. 3 very well beaten eggs and 2 cups of seasoned breadcrumb. Another trick, wet hand, dry hand. So in she goes. Make sure we're nice and well coated. You can see how great a pie dish works for this. It fits well, it has a flat enough surface, and it has sides to keep everything in place. Give it a couple of shakes and right into our breadcrumb. Now, use your dry hand to start covering it with the breadcrumb. When you get to this point, you can flip it. Make sure you don't miss a millimeter of breadcrumb. Every crevice, breadcrumb, and press it in. We want these to be well coated and super duper crispy. Just like that. And that's ready to be fried. Make sure you press it on, lock it in there. Isn't that cool? This is kind of a fun thing to get the kids involved in too. Put them to work. Dinner was not for free at my house growing up. Thank God I did most of the cooking. My mom's cooking's atrocious. That's a big one. Time to fry them up. I've added about 1/4 of an inch of vegetable oil to a pot. When frying, I like to use a neutral oil like safflower, canola, any vegetable oil, because it won't take on any flavor. Have this going over medium-high heat, and I know it's ready when I add a pinch of breadcrumb and we get some sizzle action. So you see how it foamed up and it already started darkening? Time to add one of our cutlets. We're gonna let this fry for about 2 to 3 minutes per side until it's deep, golden, gorgeous brown. Keep an eye on the edges of your cutlet. I can see it already starting to get nice and golden brown in that little nook, which means it's almost ready to flip. I'm gonna take a sneak peek. Almost there. For me, any cutlet should be on the brink of being burnt for it to be delicious. Now just another couple of minutes. Oh yeah. Transfer it to a wire rack. If you put it on paper towels, it's gonna get a little soggy and the breading is gonna start to fall off. Get another one in really quick. And then, while it's still hot, add a nice, generous amount of a flaky sea salt. You can see it melting into that hot oil. Some of it won't melt. It'll add a little bit of an extra crunch and extra seasoning. These cutlets are gonna cook really quickly, so keep an eye on the pan. This is not the time to walk away and start another project. Oh my God. Extra crispy for the chef. I have my oven set to the lowest setting. I'm gonna throw these in there to keep them warm. I don't wanna keep them in there too long though, just long enough to make a delicious salad.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes. This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world.
Love it! For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
This peppery arugula is the base of my salad, but any good salad needs a killer dressing, and this is mine, my white balsamic dressing. Going to start by adding a couple of tablespoons of just plain old clover honey. This bougie thing looks like a lot of fun, but it's a little messy. This is gonna add just enough sweetness, some Dijon, which is gonna add more depth of flavor. It's also going to help emulsify this dressing when we add the oil. Get that all in there. A little bit of salt, about a half a teaspoon, and then about an eighth of a teaspoon of freshly cracked black pepper. Gonna whisk this to combine. Make sure you get that honey to dissolve. That looks beautiful. Now that the base of our dressing's ready, I'm going to drizzle in olive oil. Very slowly begin to drizzle in your olive oil, giving it time to break up the fat molecules and emulsify. If you can see the oil puddling in the vinegar, that means you're adding too much and it's going to not emulsify properly. I did not sign up for this much cardio today. You can see it already starting to thicken. That means that we have a great emulsification. It's a beautiful dressing. Great golden color from the white balsamic and this really good Sicilian olive oil. Gorgeous, gorgeous. It's perfect. It doesn't need any more seasoning. This is a very simple salad. All I'm going to add to this arugula are some beautiful cherry tomatoes that I'm just gonna have. If you don't have a small utility knife like this, a nice serrated knife, it's a really great kitchen tool. I use it a lot. I'm gonna give this a quick toss. And then add your dressing to taste. This makes more than you need for this, but it stores really well in the fridge in a mason jar or just any sealed container for at least a week. It's all set. All that's left to do is to put the two pieces of the puzzle together. It smells so good. Okay. These are nice and warm. Let's go with this big guy. Just throw that right onto a plate and then don't be cheap. Oh, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Then, because God forbid I cook something and not put cheese on it, how delicious does this look? I cannot wait to dig in. I'm kind of thirsty. I think I need to make a cocktail.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes. This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
I'm going to show you how to make probably the most quintessential Italian aperitivo, which is a pre-meal drink, something meant to whet your appetite. And this bitter Campari is going to do just that. That is one of the 3 major components in this Negroni. This drink is equal parts Campari, sweet vermouth, and gin, and it is going to punch you in the face. So I'm doing 1.25 ounces each of these 3 spirits. This is our sweet vermouth to balance that bitterness just the slightest bit. And we can't forget about the gin. This is a London dry gin that I'm using. Then some blood orange. I like to peel it directly into my beaker to catch any oils that come out. And I'm just going to peel off a nice healthy strip. Add some ice. We want to get this nice and chilled. It's also going to dilute this the slightest bit. And stir, stir, stir. At least 20 seconds. Really let those flavors combine and let it chill throughout. Perfect. Get yourself some bougie ice. So pretty. Then, every cocktail needs a garnish. Another strip of our blood orange skin. Give it a little twist. And then I kind of like to run it on the rim just to get those oils on there. Little extra hint and punch of the orange. Now, if you feel like this is a little too bitter for your palate, we're gonna make its less aggressive cousin, the Americano, which is pretty similar. We're gonna start the same way with our Campari, using 1.5 ounces this time. And then the sweet vermouth. No gin in this one, so it's not gonna be quite as boozy. Perfect. Same thing. And stir, stir, stir. More bougie ice. Isn't that such a beautiful color? Then, finally, we'll top it off with club soda. How beautiful, that effervescence. Don't forget about our little garnish. One little straw. There you have it, the perfect Negroni and Americano. Can't wait to share these with my friends. Here's a pretty color. And a little twist.
Thank you.
You stir. It like dilutes it a little. Welcome.
Treat. This looks delicious. Beautiful.
Some pork milanese.
Nice. Thank you, Anthony.
You're welcome.
Our next guest is no stranger to the big stage. In fact, he is one of the original kings of comedy.
D.L. Hughley starred in his own sitcom, The Hughleys, in the 1990s, of course, and is now a New York Times best-selling author.
His newest book, How to Survive America, takes a deep dive into the struggles black and brown people face every day in our country. And he's here to talk to us about it. D.L., good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, you guys. How y'all doing?
We're doing great, and glad to see you're doing well too.
Thank you.
Yeah. So tell us, how did you come about writing this book?
Well, I had COVID. I passed out on stage, and I was at home, under quarantine, and I happened to catch the Surgeon General at the time, Rome Adams, and he was on, and he was basically telling black and brown people to stop drinking and smoking and eating poorly. And it occurred to me that no matter what the circumstance is, black people are always the number one suspect in their own demise. The fact that this was a pandemic that was basically destroying the world, everything was locked down, but for some kind of way, there was something in our behavior that predisposed us to it. Notwithstanding the environmental impacts of things we have, the fact that we can't eat certain foods because they're so far away, the fact that we have negligence in the medical community, but there always seems to be a special dispensation for whatever happens to us, as if it's our fault.
Yeah.
And I was recuperating, and I was like, so whenever something like that happens, I either write a book or write a joke.
There you go.
And you did write the book. So, but first, we reached out to Dr. Adams, and he said in part both personal responsibility and fostering a society and health system that engenders trust and facilitates equitable access to healthy choices is necessary to heal our nation. So we just wanted to make sure we got that in too.
But it's interesting to say, this is from an administration that told us bleach was an antidote for the coronavirus. Now, bleach is great for Trump supporters because it's great for whites, but it's hell on colors, I'll tell you that. So I think it's interesting to have these conversations in the light of the fact that hundreds of thousands of people have died and are dead in large part because of negligence and incompetence. And you can't, there's no getting around it.
DL, I want to ask you more about when you collapsed on stage. I'd imagine,
Right.
I mean, the way you were treated, you probably had some resources that a lot of other folks wouldn't be able to have in that moment. So can you talk to me about how that kind of changed your perspective on what was going on?
Well, I passed out on stage, and I obviously had no idea what was going on. And originally, they were going to take me to the ghetto hospital, the one on Martin Luther King Boulevard. But then they found out through some kind of way, I ended up getting transferred to a Saint. I think it was St. Vincent or St. Thomas. And the care was excellent. I remember when I got announced that I had COVID, I go back to the hotel. The hotel kicked me out. The airlines wouldn't fly me. I had to try to get a private jet who wouldn't fly me. And I got on the phone finally with a bunch of friends I'm on the thread with, like Don Cheadle and George Lopez, and said they intended Chris Spencer and Anthony Anderson. And together, they had to call their resources and say, look, if you don't fly this man home, we're not going to use you. So absent those two things, I don't know what the outcome would have been. I don't know that had I gone somewhere else and not gotten the excellent care I got when I went to the hospital, had I not had the resources and the connections and friendships that enabled me to kind of leave that, I'd been a homeless sick dude walking around Nashville. But and it made me lament how that the way you're treated has a lot to do with the kind of influence and access you have.
So you take all of those feelings and you sit down and you start crafting this book. Tell us about it.
Sure. What I noticed is that there isn't a significant difference between what happened with the Spanish flu and now. There was always this indifference and blaming of people of color. no matter what. I mean, you don't have to go much further than the George Floyd trial to know that apparently he died from everything except a knee on his neck. If you hear some of the witnesses, one of the expert witnesses, and I think that there's a tendency to believe that this is a new phenomenon. But the indifference of our suffering, or the belief that some kind of way we were complicit in the things that have happened to us, is a notion that's prepared. Before there was a notion of black on black crime, before we had modern technology, there were people who were dying because people believed that it was our behavior that caused our dilemma. And I think that that's been fairly consistent, no matter what. Even the president at that time refused to realize it was, to acknowledge that it was real. He also got sick and denied it. Yeah. So the more we see refuse to learn from history, we definitely repeat it.
You know, I would be wondering, DL, if you were to reboot the Hughleys today, would it be a different show? Would it address this? And are you thinking about rebooting it to address those issues?
We actually are. Well, I'd like to reboot it before any number of reasons. I think that, you know, whatever your skill set is should amplify your perspective. We live in a country right now where when the coronavirus hit and we were closed down, churches were closed, but liquor stores was open. So you can Zoom Jesus, but not Jack Daniels. So there is an interesting. I have a family now who my son is autistic. I have a gay daughter. I have a daughter who just had a grandchild, and so my life is impacted by all the experiences that I've had, and also I've just got a chance to see the world through such a different lens because the pandemic, I think, narrowed our focus. And one of the great things about it is I think it laid the groundwork for us having different types of conversation that we wouldn't have been comfortable.
So will you reboot the show?
So I definitely would. I think we're working on it right now. I don't know that it'll come back in the same incarnation, but there's going to be a guy with his family. And my last name is Hughley, so I guess it will. That'll never change. But I really am interested in just using humor to have conversations that people are uncomfortable with, and television is a wonderful medium for that.
Well, you always make us think. DL, thank you so much for being here. The book is called How to Survive America.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready? Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Our next guest went viral for all the right reasons. Rob Kenney grew up without a dad. So during the pandemic, he launched his own YouTube page, Dad, How'd I do?
And Rob offered some helpful dad advice and lessons with videos tackling how to shave, check your tires, mow the lawn, and tie a tie.
So we go ahead and flip up our collar, take the tie, put the fat side down. This is an important part because you want, at the end, you want the tie to come out right about your waistline. Looks cool that way. Perfect. Looks good.
What's weird is I use that video every morning in my dressing room. Time by time. Now, Rob has over 3 million subscribers, and he also has a new book out. It's called Dad, How Do I? Practical Dad Advice for Everyday Tasks and Successful Living. Good to see you again, Rob Kenney. Thanks for coming back.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you so much for having me on, Greg. I remember our interview very well from last year.
Yeah, last summer, sort of when this pandemic really started, we got together for a Zoom, and I asked what you expected after posting that first video. And you said maybe 30, 40 subscribers. Suffice to say, you've far exceeded that. You've become the internet's dad. That's what they call you out there on the interwebs. Is that a title that you embrace, Rob?
You know, I'm okay with it. It's not something I'd ever call myself. But if other people are going to call me that, I think I can deal with it.
Rob, I want to talk about your upbringing a bit. I know there were 8 kids. Your parents split when you were 13. At times, because your father kind of walked away, you were raised by an older brother. What was that time in your life like?
Yeah, it was difficult. You know, when I was 14, I went to live with my older brother, Rick, and he was 23 at the time. You know, 23 now is just a kid, too. And he was newly married, and I moved in with him. Yeah, so that was his wedding. So just a few months later, I moved in with him and his wife in a trailer. And, you know, it was a difficult time for sure. And so anyway, I think a big part of my book is, you know, dealing with being able to forgive my dad for that. Yeah. So anyway,
well,
I think it was,
Rob, how did that moment, giving forgiveness to your dad, how did that change your life?
Yeah. So I shared the struggle in my book because it wasn't easy, you know, and I you know, people have been through worse stuff than I've been through, but for my own self, I think I was waiting for my dad to ask for forgiveness, and meanwhile, my own life was passing by. And so when I finally understood that I needed to let it go for my own health, you know, it's that whole saying of when, you know, unforgiveness is like drinking poison and hoping it somehow hurts the other person. It was killing me. And so by being able to let go of that, it was a big turning point in my life.
Wow.
Rob, it would be a wasted opportunity if we did not ask the internet's dad for some practical advice. So we just saw the video on how to tie a tie. What about polishing shoes, Rob? I know this is a question you get a fair amount of time, a fair amount on the YouTube page. How does a guy polish shoes, or a woman as well?
For a friend?
Yes.
Well, I was prepared to polish shoes. Can I talk about the book a little bit more?
Sure.
Just real quick, because I think it's important. The heart of my channel. Let me just share one quote from my channel. I say, what matters to me is not so much that you learn how to tie a tie or polish shoes. It's that you learn and feel deeply within yourself that somebody cares for you. I think the unique thing about my channel is that I'm trying to give hope to people. You know, I'm not the greatest shoe polisher. I'm not the greatest tie tire, although Craig's watching me every morning. So you know, so really the heart behind it is trying to walk alongside people and give them encouragement. And so in my book, I walk through some character traits that I learned from my siblings because, you know, we needed each other. When things kind of fell apart, so we looked to each other to rally around each other. And so I walked through, and my oldest sister was Mary, kind of kept family was important to her. My brother Tim was about having a backbone. My brother Rick was about a work ethic, and my sister Lori was about encouragement. And then my brother Joe was about don't hesitate. You know, if you got to make a decision, move. You know, analysis paralysis. And then my brother Don was about being generous, living life with an open hand. And so I had the benefit of being able to learn from them. So anyway, I can show you how to polish shoes.
We'll do that again next time, Rob.
Yeah, we'll put it on. We'll come back for that.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Rob Kinney, thank you again. The book, by the way, it's called Dad, How Do I? And it is out now.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. you're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Some experts say that this bill still isn't enough. Do you accept that criticism? There's been a ton of confusion from the CDC. Can we try to clear some of this up? What are the issues that the party stands for? That seems to be the missing piece here. If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
There's a new book out now by Jean Becker. It's called The Man I Knew. And Jenna, it's kind of personal to you. It's all about your grandfather.
Yeah, it sure is. And Jean worked closely with both of my grandparents for a number of years. First as deputy press secretary for my grandmother when she was first lady, and then moved on to work as my grandfather's chief of staff for nearly 25 years. Jean held a very special place in my Gampy's heart, and I got to sit down with her and started by asking her about that tough year when my grandfather left the White House.
For the first couple of months after he lost the election, he was much quieter than usual.
Jean Becker became chief of staff for my grandfather, George Herbert Walker Bush, in 1994, shortly after he left the White House.
And he sort of took his time to figure out what he wanted the next chapter in his life to be. He did surprise your grandmother with a cruise on what I call the Love Boat. Can you imagine being on a princess cruise and run into George and Barbara Bush?
Is it truly so commercial?
And he booked it without telling her. He surprised her, which is, I hope she remembered to pack a swimsuit.
I'd never seen it before, but he wrote this list of things that can help somebody get over losing the presidency of the United States, which also is kind of a guide to life, to anybody that's had heartbreak or failure.
Number one, get out of Dodge fast. Your history on that cold January day, so be pleasant about it. Smile a lot. Always count your blessings. And here's my favorite, number 10, hug your grandkids.
It makes me want to cry already. What was it about him that you most admired?
He knew how to handle the speed bumps in life. And as you know, he had a lot. He was shot down during World War II. They lost their daughter Robin to leukemia. He lost the election. He was so resilient. He knew how to pick himself up, dust himself off, and move on, and do great things.
In her new book, The Man I Knew, Jean gives us a glimpse into the man beyond the presidency, a devoted husband, a proud father, and a loving Gampy.
He sent this email to all of you, and I just love it. I'm a very happy Gampy. My legs don't bend too well. As you know, I had to give up fly fishing off the rocks, but there is plenty left to do. Plenty of wonderful things. I think of all of you an awful lot. I just wonder how each of you is doing in life, in college, in school. If you need me, I am here for you because I love you very much. This comes from your devoted Gampy.
Of course, you love traveling to some of the incredible places that you got to go, but one of your favorite places to go with Gampy was to the grocery store and to Sam's Club. Why is that so?
Because it was surreal. People were just stunned. They would get a flatbed pulley cart and walk around the store. Your grandfather bought a huge thing of Cheetos at least a couple times a month. I'm telling you, Jenna, there's still Cheetos here in Houston somewhere. grandfather bought.
I just love that. The other thing that it didn't surprise me, but I thought of Gampy this way, but I loved hearing it from you, was that he was such an idea person.
Your grandfather would come in the office about 7 o'clock every morning, and he would sit down at my desk and say, Jean, I have an idea. And sometimes it would be something as simple as getting pizza, but then it would be, I think I'm going to start parachuting. And I will tell you, Jenna, if one of my great regrets of being your grandfather's chief of staff, I wish I wore a helmet cam on my head when I would go back to the Secret Service and say, good morning, how are you all today? Oh yeah, President Bush is going to start parachuting. Or we're going to go back to Chichijima in the middle of the South Pacific and there's no airport there. And the looks on their faces.
One thing that you got to witness at Sam's Club and everywhere all over the world was my grandparents' relationship. And 73 years of marriage.
Your grandmother used to say in her speeches and to young people that for a marriage to work, each partner had to give 55%.
She told me 75, but I think that was just particularly for me and Henry to work.
The best story happened about a week before your grandmother died. Your grandfather was in the hospital. Your grandmother was on her way back to the hospital by ambulance. He said, well, I want to go see her. And Jenna, he looked awful. I tried to fix his hair, but there was nothing I could do with it. It was standing straight up like this. And he had on an oxygen mask. He had on a hospital gown. And he just sat there holding her hand. It was so sweet. And all of a sudden, your grandmother opened her eyes and looked at him and said, my God, George, you are devastatingly good looking. And then she closed her eyes again and went back to wherever she was.
Jean spent nearly a quarter of a century as one of my grandfather's most trusted confidants. And since his death in November 2018, she's worked passionately to share his legacy.
During that funeral week, people just couldn't quit talking about him enough and what a great man he was and everything he accomplished. You know, he was very modest, but I'm thrilled that he lived to see history understood him. History finally got his heart and soul.
Okay, that is so incredibly poignant. And I like the story she told about how she was holding his hand at the very end.
Yeah, the last words that that he ever said to her, she coughed, and he was holding her hands, and he said, Jean, are you okay? And those were the last words, and she thinks it was a double meaning.
Right.
You know, are you okay?
With me,
but
yeah,
also,
me
are
going.
you going to be okay?
Oh.
And then, you know, the last words he ever said were to my dad, and they were, I love you. So Jean's book, The Man I Knew, is out now. I love that I got to speak with her and celebrate him, and you can check it out now at today.com/shop.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day. Wherever you are, Today is there. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. And good evening from New Orleans. There is breaking news. There you go.
Swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
It was a love story born on Broadway. Amanda Klutz and Nick Cordero first became friends in 2014 while appearing in the musical Bullets Over Broadway. Amanda was in the ensemble and Nick played a lead alongside actor Zach Braff. They tied the knot in New York City in 2017. Almost 2 years later, Amanda gave birth to a baby boy named Elvis. Oh, but their happiness was cut short. At age 41, Nick became ill with what doctors first thought was pneumonia, but was later confirmed to be coronavirus. By late March of 2020, Nick was hospitalized. He was placed in a medically induced coma and put on a ventilator. For the next 3 months, Amanda used social media to provide updates and receive support.
There isn't much I can do. I'm here and I can't be at the hospital, but like I can play his music. And I really do believe that that is going to help.
Every day, thousands of her friends and followers sang and danced to Nick's song, Live Your Life. There were moments filled with hope.
Dada is awake! Yay!
But on July 5th, after 95 days of fighting the disease, Nick passed away. Now, 1 year later, Amanda is sharing her memories of Nick, his music, and his legacy in the book, Live Your Life.
And joining us now is our friend Amanda Kloots. Boy, watching that journey again, I just wonder where you are today in this moment.
Hi, ladies. It's so nice to see you this morning.
You too.
I know watching that video got me emotional. But you know, guys, I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. Every day is a journey, you know. The roller coaster of grief has a lot of ups and downs and twists and turns. I am so happy and proud of this book. I really am. It's so wonderful to see so many people reading it. I got the most lovely messages yesterday from people, from my followers, from friends, and it's just wonderful to see people receiving the book and reading it and loving it, and you know, just not letting Nick's memory go away.
Yeah, Amanda, the book is really beautiful, and I particularly liked how you wrote about grief. And after Nick passed away, you Googled like stages. Where am I in this grief process? And you basically realized that the stages of grief aren't for you, that that's not how you grieve.
Yes, Jenna, I am a very type A kind of girl. So I was like, okay, grief, Google, what am I supposed to do? Give me the instructions. And they didn't really apply to me. When Nick passed, I write this in the book, and there's a lot that you'll read in the book that I wasn't able to share at the time, especially how he passed and those days that he passed and the days after. I just felt, I felt almost like I wasn't allowed to go to the hospital anymore, that he was still there, but I wasn't allowed in. So for me, I didn't go through those first stages of grief. At first, I kind of just kept going, kept doing my normal daily activities. It hit me weeks later. And, you know, but my overall theme for grief is that I know Nick would want me to move forward. I know he would want me to find joy. I know he would want me to be the strongest woman and mother I could possibly be. So I always keep that in the back of my head.
Well, when we see beautiful Elvis there, I was just so stunned to think 2 years old. And I can only imagine, you know, his memories are going to be very just sparse about his dad, obviously. But what are you already telling him about Nick?
I just make sure to include Nick in everything we do. I say good morning, and I sing a song to Elvis, and I say good morning, good morning, good morning to you, good morning to Elvis, good morning to Mama, good morning to Dada. We kiss Dada goodnight every night. We listen to Nick's music. I tell him that Dada visits him in his dreams. I just always include Nick in everything we do. I just don't want his memory to die. And I know that Elvis one day will be able to read this book and know his father's true story, which I'm so grateful for.
Yeah, you know, the other thing you write about and you've said is that you've never felt closer to God than those days in the hospital, which may seem to some people like, how is that possible? You're losing the love of your life, but you've kept your faith.
Yes, Jenna, I just buckled down. You know, I've realized in retrospect, in the hardest times of my life, going through my divorce and then losing Nick, I just go right down to my faith, and I give that burden to God. And yes, I still carry it. Yes, I was in the hospital, still terrified, but at least I gave the bulk of that to a higher power. And when you do that, it lifts that weight off of you. And I really did, and I still do this day, have a deeper understanding and stronger faith because of what we went through. And I know that God is with us, that God is with Nick, that God was with us during that time. I felt that presence every single day.
Well, Amanda, I just want to show you something. This is what I wore into work today.
Oh,
in your honor. I have to say, Amanda's always putting goodness out in the world. I know that these T-shirts that you've been selling them, and every time I put this on and I have a couple of them, I think about you and I think about everything that you are going through and what a bright light you are. So we just want to say thank you, and thanks for putting these words on paper, and I'm sure it'll be a real healing element for a lot of folks.
Oh, well, thank you so much, you guys. Hoda, I read your book every morning, just so you know.
Highlights for Children is celebrating its 75th anniversary.
And I was so excited to do this story. I sat down with two of the company's leaders who also happen to be descendants of the founders, and they shared a rich history of family, learning, and lots of fun with a purpose.
I think the secret is always to look at the world through the kids' eyes.
If you've ever waited in the doctor's office, chances are you've seen the bright covers of Highlights magazine and the hidden picture puzzles inside. Like this one, where you might find a lollipop, an ice cream cone, even a toothbrush. But Pat Mickelson knows that there's a lot more to the history of her family's business than pictures. What began as a magazine 75 years ago has expanded across multiple platforms to reach more than 10 million young readers in 40 countries.
Can you take me back to the beginning and how it all started?
It started with my grandparents.
Gary Cleveland Myers, a child psychologist, and Caroline Clark Myers, an educator, dreamed of starting a magazine for children.
They really wanted to make something that would be very, very special to help children grow.
So in 1946, they started Highlights in Honesdale, Pennsylvania.
How was it received right off the bat?
Within 2 or 3 months, they had over 5,000 subscribers. That's going door to door to door, because that's the only way that magazines were sold back then.
But that success was not without its setbacks.
They very quickly found out that creating a magazine could be very expensive, and they really needed to find other ways to get that magazine into children's hands. They almost went bankrupt.
In 1950, the 50 cents per issue publication was on the verge of collapse, so Pat's parents decided to join the company and suggest something new.
My parents began to experiment with direct marketing through the mails and through putting it in doctor's offices. Those are the things then that really made Highlights grow.
Then, after 10 successful years, came tragedy in December 1960.
2 planes collided over New York City, and my parents died in that crash.
I mean, how do you move on from that? Not just as a company, but as a family.
Any family that's experienced that kind of tragedy will tell you, you just do. You can continue on with this dream.
Since then, the company has distributed more than 1.3 billion editions, celebrating every anniversary along the way, from their 10th to their 50th and now 75th. And leadership remains in the family. The founder's great-grandson, Kent Johnson, is the current CEO.
We put love into every page to have the greatest possible impact on the kid that's going to receive that magazine. The secret is it's really hard work of people who are professionally dedicated to this idea of helping children become their best selves.
Highlights also aims to represent all children, from those who wear hijabs to those with same-sex parents. And the magazine is acting as an outlet to help kids understand their world.
I remember a story from a couple magazines ago about a little girl who had 2 homes. I've never talked to my son about divorce before. You know, I just haven't had the need to. And his immediate response is, so-and-so in school also has 2 homes. And it just told a story to him that was normalized.
It's through story that we build empathy for the others around us.
Young readers can even send a letter to the staff on any topic that's important to them.
Do they all get read, or is there just a pile of letters somewhere?
From the very beginning, every child's letter has been read. That's over 2.5 million.
Wow.
And counting.
Everyone's asleep.
Thanks to curious kids like my own son, Cal. Oh, we read it like as soon as it comes in the mail, we read it every night at dinner. It just became his favorite thing. So to date, get this, Highlights has hidden more than 2,000 pencils and bananas and toothbrushes across nearly 10,000 hidden picture puzzles. And take a look at this one. They designed a special one just for us. So you want to head to our Instagram page at Third Hour Today to see if you can find all of the images inside. I've started to look and I'm like, I don't see a few. So
in this issue, they've got dad's jokes.
That's you.
Do you know what dinosaurs used to make hot dogs?
No, what?
Jurassic Pork.
But you got laughter
That's so
from
old
everyone.
I fell off my dinosaur.
You've got material for days now.
Oh my gosh.
I could do a whole magazine of these.
No, to bring this full circle and before we move on, the fact that you read it as a child, for me, it changed my life at my grandpa's doctor's office. For you, and now you're reading it to Calvin. I mean, it just goes to show. Anyway.
It's got staying power. It is. All right.
I could do without the timber toes, though.
Which I loved.
It has been a long year. Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
And when we talk reading, JBH.
Oh, yes.
You got a really inspiring, you got an inspiring story.
I think we got to move back with these kids. We're blocking these kids.
Oh, we shouldn't block them, but I had the best day, y'all. The fraternity brothers of Kappa Alpha Psi are adding some extra classroom time to their already busy college schedules. They travel from all over the country to visit elementary schools like the Promise Academy in Harlem to read to kids and hopefully spark a love of literature. The Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity brothers are hitting the books. Children's books.
The book we're going to read today is Tommy and the Greedy Cat.
The college students spend their spare time leading a hands-on books program at elementary schools and a partnership with nonprofit Room to Read.
It was Tommy, she said.
It's all to promote literacy skills and a lifelong passion for reading.
So who wants to read another book? Okay, good.
35 fraternity chapters aim to reach thousands of students across the nation this year.
You see the smiles on their faces just from taking a few minutes to read a book. And they speak about, how reading used to not be fun and now we can make it fun.
How do you feel about that book?
Great.
In the book's pages, a cultural connection. The African American fraternity shares books written by South African authors.
I think it's really interesting to be able to look and see that students, just like you all, are doing the same thing across the world. They actually show students, specifically students of color, that, you can see yourself in these books and you can have this fairy tale.
It also opens them to like a different culture that they may have not been aware of.
Did y'all have access to books that you could relate to when y'all were growing up?
No, not at all. Not at all. Yeah.
Relatable books and relatable role models. Michael, a kid said something to you the first time you participated in this program that really kind of blew you away. What was it?
He had never seen a black man in a suit before. And so to sit down with him and read, it meant a lot to him. He comes from a single parent household, just him and his mom. It just kind of makes me think about when I was younger and I didn't have that father figure or that male figure in my life to kind of read to me or to have that kind of bond.
Growing up, I didn't really get to see a lot of black professionals doing what we're doing. And so I think for us to be able to come into the classroom and kind of show them that regardless of their background, regardless of their race, ethnicity, their socioeconomic status, that they do have an opportunity to go to college. They do have an opportunity to be successful.
The Kappas mainly focus on kids in schools in low-income areas, setting an example they hope will make a difference.
I do a song with them by the rapper Nas. It's called I Can. I know I can.
I know I can.
Be what I want to be. Always believe in yourself, because if you know you can be anything in the world that you want to be. Always remember to read.
The men sparking a love for reading that continues long after they leave the classroom.
Who here wants to take a book home with you? What struck me the most was how excited they are to be able to actually take the books home with them.
I got 7 books.
It's something you don't always think about.
And it shows you they need books,
They
right?
need books. They need books.
That they don't have these books in their home.
Yeah.
So all of these books on your desk, you get to take them home?
Yeah.
They're yours?
Yeah.
Who gave them to you? What about these guys do you think is pretty cool?
They are awesome readers. I thought that reading wasn't really that cool, but when they started reading, it showed me that we can read in many different ways.
Raise your hand if you want to read with them again. That's everybody. What's really cool about it is that you're changing their minds maybe about reading and that it can be cool and fun, but you're also changing their perception on life, on what they can be. What does that feel like?
It makes you speechless because it just kind of comes full circle, especially like when your goal is to be that person that you didn't see growing up. It's a one-of-a-kind experience that you can't take for granted and that you always cherish forever.
We are joined now by some of the Promise Academy second graders. You guys ready? Yeah, this is Kennedy and Mia.
Yeah, so Mia, why do you love reading with those guys?
I love reading with the guys because they inspire me to have better reading, and they,
okay, we're gonna come out here. She's still talking.
We've got a little surprise for you.
You guys got to take all those books home. Was that cool?
Yes.
Was that really cool?
Yes.
Well, guess what? Do you see what's on this plaza?
Yes.
What is it?
Books.
Yo, this is a book fair just for you. Go for it.
Do they get to take as many as they want?
Take as many books as you want.
Have at it. Run, grab books. Go.
Go for it.
Go. Be safe. Be careful.
Go for it.
Be careful. We are also joined by some of the brothers of Kappa Alpha Psi. There they are. There they are. Give me names here, gentlemen. What's your name?
Evan Jackson.
Evan Jackson.
Michael Weaver.
Mike Weaver from the story, from JBH's story there. First of all, full disclosure, my uncle, Grand Polmark, long time in Columbia, South Carolina, James Melvin, big KSI member. So I have been familiar with the good works that you guys have been doing for a long time. But this project in particular, how did it come about?
We're good.
Yeah, so we got this really incredible opportunity. We had already been doing our hands-on books program, and we had the opportunity to partner with Room to Read, which was so awesome for us because they're such an established organization that's doing such great work. So it was a great opportunity to merge the two initiatives and do something great for the children.
What are you getting?
And as you look at these boys and girls stuff their bags with books, what are you thinking?
I think it's amazing. There's a quote that says, today readers, tomorrow's leaders. And I truly think that these are the future leaders of America. And with these books, they'll be encouraged and confident and ready to grow and extend their wings and soar high like eagles.
JBH, how are they doing over there?
I'm over here with Kennedy. Kennedy, what do you think? Yeah! We just need one word. But, babe, can you even carry this?
No.
Is it getting too heavy?
Yes.
What do you want to say to these guys?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Keep reading. By the way, I think that's your book club pick over there on that shelf. Is that Lupita Nyong'o's book?
Yes, it is.
My
And by the way,
goodness.
Craig, we want to thank all of the publishers who provided all of these awesome books for us. It's pretty great.
They're making some kids' days.
Now listen, if you don't have your bag stuffed with books, there's something wrong. Get as many as you can in there, and we'll help you carry them, okay?
Yo.
Cap Alpha Psi, thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well done.
Everybody's got a favorite book from their childhood, sometimes stories of adversity and triumph, trials and tribulations. But the heroes of those stories are often lacking in diversity.
Yeah, it's true. According to a recent study, actually, more children's book features white characters than all other types of visible minorities combined.
And that's one reason why Jenna sat down with some really bright young minds to talk about the importance of representation, especially in this particular moment.
Oh my gosh, and by the way, these kids are incredible. We had an eye-opening conversation about how books featuring characters of different skin colors, cultures, and beliefs not only help underrepresented communities feel seen, they can also change attitudes towards them. Our story begins with 3 avid readers.
My name is Riley. I'm 9 years old. I am the founder and CEO of the Brown Bookcase.
My name is Sydney. I'm 14 and I'm the founder and CEO of Books and Bros.
I'm Caitlin. I'm 15 years old and I'm the founder of the book blog Caitlin Altea.
All of these impressive young ones already making their mark in the book world. Caitlin is a popular teen book blogger based in the Philippines who frequently champions and promotes diverse voices online. Sydney's Books and Bros is a subscription-based book company focused on empowering boys and promoting African-American literature. And after struggling to find characters that look like her, Riley opened an independent online bookstore called the Brown Bookcase that curates diverse children's books.
Raise your hand if you've ever had the issue where you couldn't find books with characters that look like you.
I feel like the world is changing, but not enough yet to where I feel like it should be easy for African American boys and girls to find books that represent themselves.
African American children should have books that they're able to relate to as well.
How important is representation? Why does it matter?
Representation for me is very important because if you don't see yourself represented, how are you going to see yourself as a positive figure when you do get to see somebody who looks like you as the main character and the main hero? You kind of feel like empowered, like I can be a superhero too, and that's something that every kid should be able to feel.
Why do you think it's important that we read about other cultures, that I read about other cultures, that you guys read about other cultures?
So we can normalize whiteness not being the default, because when I was younger, I used to think that because I was not white, I was like different. When you read from a perspective that like isn't really yours, you realize that you can still relate to someone who's different from you.
That's how you kind of become ignorant to a culture, is by not understanding it and making false assumptions about it.
To help bridge that understanding gap, I asked these 3 young book experts for a favor: book recommendations for their peers.
My summer pick is I Believe I Can by Grace Byers. I picked that book because it tells a lot about what you can try to do. No dream is too big to accomplish.
My pick is Ghost Boys. Ghost Boys is a book that kind of talks about police brutality. So it's about a 12-year-old boy who was actually shot by the police, and his ghost kind of goes to the police officer's daughter, and they kind of just like talk in a sense. So the story is about their friendship. It's a way of understanding everything in society that's going on right now in a way that's not too harsh on like young readers.
I chose Love from A to Z by S.K. Ali. It's about 2 Muslim teens. One is Zainab, and she recently got suspended by an Islamophobic teacher, and she meets a boy named Adam at an airport, and it's about their love story. Even though Zainab faces a lot of microaggressions for being Muslim, she still experiences a lot of joy in her life.
I feel like this is a book club meeting and I'm a teacher again, and I'm having so much fun. You are so inspirational. Every single one of you is. You guys can be my forever kid correspondents. I left that meeting feeling so inspired, so we decided to do a little something about it. I'm excited to announce that all 3 books chosen by our young experts will be our official picks for a very special summer kids edition of Read with Jenna.
So you are starting a book club with them.
Yes, I sure am.
That's
So
a
you
great
guys
idea.
can find them on today.com/readwithjenna and our Read with Jenna Instagram page. They got to choose the first 3 kids picks.
That's cool.
By the way, you're right. You said that you feel hopeful about the future
Oh,
after
I
interviewing
sure
those
did.
kids. I get it.
And I read those books, guys,
Yeah.
and if you're looking at a way to have some diversity in your own bookshelf, it's a great way to start. I know that was a priority for
Well,
me.
we've always known that representation matters, but to hear them talk about precisely why it matters, like through their eyes, especially that Sydney kid.
Yes, and he great.
Yeah,
They were
thank you for that,
Thanks,
JBH.
Jenna.
Thank you, thank you.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
So happy you're joining us.
The U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I think pictures are powerful. They are tools used to communicate. And so I feel a responsibility to tell stories that reflect experiences that look like mine, experiences that aren't often seen in picture books. So it's really important for me to create pictures that are empowering to as many different kids as possible. My name is Christian Robinson. I'm an author and illustrator of picture books. I think children are the best audience. They're curious, but they're also very honest, and you kind of have to present things to them in that way. What am I drawing? A tiger! That's right. Okay. It's been a while since I've drawn a tiger, so I might need some help.
Try your best.
That's a good point. You know, I've illustrated many picture books by different authors, but with Matt in particular, our collaboration has been more of a collaboration where we're actually communicating. There's been times when I've worked on books and I've never met the author, never emailed them, but with Matt, we kind of developed a friendship.
I met Christian back in 2014. So Christian and I collaborated on first Last Stop on Market Street, and then our second book together was Carmela Full of Wishes.
His writing gave me a sense of appreciation for my own story. A story like Last Stop on Market Street about a boy and his grandmother riding a bus in the city. That was my experience. And I don't think I even valued or appreciated it or saw it as something worth spotlighting in a story. But Matt did that.
When I got the initial art, I was just so moved by how he fleshed out the story. And I think that's what good artists do. He just wants to put a good book into the hands of young people, and that's his focus. Christian and I, we were on tour for Carmela, And we had a little time to waste away before our event. And so we sat down at a cafe and we started to talk about, what do we want to do next? What do we want to collaborate on next?
I think I mentioned to Matt, like, what if we did a story about a child who has an incarcerated parent and he had a spark in his eye.
I took it as a challenge. How do you write about having an incarcerated parent in a picture book?
He wrote down some notes and then we have Milo Imagines the World. Milo's a young artist. I was a young artist. Milo has a mother who is incarcerated. Growing up, my mother was in prison for most of my childhood. So yeah, Milo's story is my story. Growing up, I was raised by my grandmother. She was my caregiver. She not only took care of me, she took care of my brother, my 2 cousins, my aunt, and we all lived in this tiny 1-bedroom apartment in LA. We didn't have much space or means, and looking back, I recognized that creativity, drawing and making pictures was my way of having some say over my circumstances.
I've had Christian since he was 5 months. Unexpectedly, his father brought him to me.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
He was an infant without any warning, which was a shock. Seeing your mother in an institution and knowing she was in and out of his life from the time he was 5 months old until he was a young man. It was hard for Christian, but he didn't voice his feelings until he grew older, and was able to express.
My relationship with my mother is somewhat distant. Growing up, she was in and out of prison for most of my childhood. She struggles with drug addiction and mental health.
There was no other way it would not have affected him because she wasn't consistent. And the times that she was in his life, she showed him a great deal of love.
I in no way look at her as some kind of antagonist in my story. One of my most favorite memories of my mother growing up was when I was about maybe 7 or 8. She had just gotten out of prison and she reached out to me and said, I would love to spend the day with you, the whole day. What do you want to do? I went with The Lion King because the movie had been out for a while and everyone was talking about it. And I just remember having that connection, making that connection for the first time of like, oh, people who draw make these movies. I like to draw. Maybe I could be someone who draws and makes stories. And I totally credit my mother for giving me that experience and that opportunity.
There was a point in his time when he was involved in modeling clay. I have quite a few little clay figures that he created when he was 8. So that led me to believe, or let me know that he did have more of a bent toward art. He could have turned the fact that his mother wasn't there for him, he could have turned that in destructively, as opposed to being positive and creating a life that he's satisfied with, which I'm very proud.
One thing I really admire about Christian is he's so dedicated to the art of the project. He's not as interested in the business side of it. He doesn't worry about the bestseller lists or what awards a book is getting.
There are not enough books, children's books, for children of color to connect with.
Our stories matter, especially those that we don't always see. You know, we live in a country with one of the highest incarceration rates in the world. So there are a lot of families that know this experience, and unfortunately, not that many stories that reflect it. So I just hope to let those young people know that their story matters and that it's valuable.
We are exploring one of the nation's newest police academies that is setting out to break a lot of barriers. Craig's in Minneapolis with more on this. Hey, Craig, good morning.
Hey, guys, good to see you. You know, I'd never seen a police academy like this. To your point, though, over the last few years, there really have been widespread protests here in Minneapolis, all over the country, calls to defund the police, waves of early retirements by officers. Stepping into this moment are 9 students graduating today from the police academy at Lincoln University. It's the first ever at a historically black college or university, and the chief who started it says it's an effort to create the change he wants to see.
Hands up! Don't shoot!
Across the country, voices sharing outrage and frustration in the wake of police violence, calling for a reckoning over how officers protect and serve. One possible solution can be found on a hill overlooking Jefferson City, Missouri. This is Lincoln University, an historically black college founded to educate black veterans of the Civil War.
The history here at Lincoln is so rich.
Yes, sir. That history inspired Chief Gary Hill,
the first officer, and
to open the first police academy at an HBCU.
How did this come to be?
So I started calling the contacts that I've made over the last 20 years. People were like, that is a great idea. Why hasn't anyone thought about that?
In a building bearing the address 911 and elsewhere, the students do their coursework. Among them is Andre Jefferson.
You decided to become a police officer around the same time this country was dealing with the murder of George Floyd, the killing of Breonna Taylor. All of that's happening, and meanwhile, Andre decides, you know what? I want to wear the uniform.
Yes, sir.
How did you deal with that?
I can't let that situation stop me. People are, I'm gonna lose friends, I'm gonna lose family. You gotta stand for who you are. Go achieve your goals, be who you are, make something out of yourself. Prove people wrong.
The latest research shows 67% of police officers in the United States are white. Just over 12% are black. That closely mirrors the racial makeup of the general population. But recent data shows that 2/3 of large police departments are whiter than the communities they police. Chief Hill says black officers walk a line between their work and their communities. In some ways, that makes them uniquely qualified to do the job.
How is the approach to training at an HBCU, how is it different than it might be at another law enforcement training academy?
Our curriculum is the same curriculum that's taught across the state. So there's really not that much different with the exception of the discussions that we have in class.
They watch videos of recent high-profile episodes, searching for meaning, debating how to do better.
As you hear the students having these discussions, what are you thinking?
Even though the minority of students in this class are white, the majority are black, it's good to see the discussion and the different chain of thoughts that they have. Not everyone sees it the same way.
The day we were there, the students put what they'd learned to the test. Chief Hill set up a mock road rage incident. The students didn't know what they were responding to.
You were speeding through the light. Hey, how y'all doing? I'm Officer Henderson.
It becomes obvious pretty quickly that they are not in the classroom anymore.
Okay, one at a time, sir.
No, listen to me.
Andre arrives as backup.
Over here and talk to you.
That's ridiculous.
Together, they manage to separate the enraged drivers.
Index, end of scenario.
When it's over, the chief doesn't sugarcoat the criticism.
When we get here and there's chaos going on, what should you have done?
Separate.
Did you do that?
No, sir.
But he also works to build up his students.
Have faith and confidence in yourself, okay? Because when you get out there and you don't have faith and confidence in yourself, they will know that.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Tiaja Fairley is next. She's from East St. Louis and says she'd never seen a black female officer growing up.
Sorry, what's your name?
She kept the fact that she'd entered a police academy a secret from family and friends until recently. During the exercise, she's able to de-escalate the situation.
Can you stay right here? I'm gonna talk to him.
We talked to her afterward.
I feel like it's just learning how to talk to people.
Tiaja now dreams of becoming a homicide detective.
I feel like I could be a role model, kinda. Well, I hope to be a role model because I've never seen nothing like this.
Calm both the parties down.
That's the chief's dream, to put these young people in the driver's seat and guide them to a better future. And here's the thing, all of the students that we talked to who are graduating today, they all have jobs lined up as well. And the chief said that they've also got 13 applicants for the next class. And the response beyond Lincoln has been pretty incredible so far. Departments around the country, they've sent messages of support. Some have even donated gear to the program. The chief has been asked to come to the White House and brief on the program there and how maybe they can take it to scale, guys.
Yeah, it's a brilliant idea. When you see it, you're like, why hasn't that been around for a long, long time?
And what that one female officer said is so important, that if, growing up, seeing police officers who look like you, like all the, I still remember in Queens, growing up, when the first time there was a beat police officer in my neighborhood, it was like, wow, that makes a difference.
Wow.
Make a difference. That was a good story.
Thank you, Craig.
That was terrific.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends at Today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day. Wherever you are, Today is there.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, yo, online, y'all.
On June 6th, 17-year-old Eric Lucas led a Black Lives Matter demonstration in Shorewood, Wisconsin. But the peaceful protest took a turn when a white woman spat in Eric's face.
Injustice anywhere is a detriment to justice everywhere. Day in and day out, my hope diminishes. The hope that my people and me, a young black man living in a white America, can one day be equal.
Eric grew up in an abusive home and eventually landed in foster care.
At a young age, I've seen a lot, had to adapt to a lot, had to learn from a lot, had to grow up and be more mature at a younger age. So I could adapt and continue to move forward.
At age 13, he was placed with the McCorkle family, who later became his guardians, moving him to the suburb of Shorewood, Wisconsin.
Everything changed. My world flipped upside down. I'm coming from poverty and I'm coming from the poor parts of Milwaukee. So I'm in a predominantly white neighborhood with folks that I feel like don't understand me.
Immediately, Eric says he felt out of place in his new school.
The first month of me going to school at Shorewood Intermediate School, a white kid that lived in Shorewood as well told me to get on the bus and ride, catch the city bus back to where I'm from.
In the streets, where it's at, we gon' take our business back.
But soon he would find his footing with a group of friends who shared his views.
Some of my best friends that I'm still cool with today, they introduced me to an organization called Urban Underground. And Urban Underground taught me a lot about systemic oppression and how to point out systemic oppression, how to fight systemic oppression.
Through that education, Eric felt compelled to speak out against racial injustice for himself and his community.
I'm tired of feeling like this. I'm tired of seeing other folks that look like me being tired of this, and I'm tired of hearing about it. I'm tired of talking about it. I'm tired of seeing it on the news. I'm tired of growing up and watching it happen all my life and me still sitting here and not doing anything. I'm tired of being scared. I'm tired of feeling like I have to be the voice for my people.
And as Eric watched the killing of George Floyd, he knew he needed to stand up.
I just thought, okay, what can I do to create a symbol? Not a symbol of peace, not a symbol of equality, but a symbol of tiredness and a symbol of affirmative action, a symbol of fighting back. Then I came to the conclusion that it's time to march.
And march he did. On June 6th, Eric organized a peaceful Black Lives Matter protest in Shorewood.
My parents were there as well. I felt empowered. It was exhilarating seeing the crowd, seeing the people, seeing how we control the crowd and how the crowd listen, and just stepping up to the plate and leading with the folks that I love and that love me back.
But it was overshadowed by this incident that went viral of Eric being spat on by Stephanie Rapkin. She was later arrested and charged with disorderly conduct with a hate crime modifier. She has pled not guilty.
I feel like I got a small piece of the point across. I feel like more often than not, the movement is lost in the assault because more people tend to focus on how I was assaulted and they don't really focus on the great work that we was putting forth.
Despite the setback, Eric is determined to continue on his path.
I'ma start us off by saying, hey, I love y'all.
So I think right now, I'm feeling empowered by my people coming here to show out and showing support of me and people that look like us and people that's not of my color to come out and support and show love to us as well. So just revolutionary, angry, motivated. I'm not tired, I'm energized.
That young man is using his voice, Chanel Jones. Started at 15.
Unbelievable. You know, it's so interesting when we started these stories, you know, once we started to see all of these protests, I was talking to our executive producer and we were thinking, you know, who are some of these young people who are out there on the front lines? Black, white, you name it. And can you imagine someone spitting in your kid's face and he's handling it so gracefully? And one thing this proves is that every person out there has a story.
Make the most of your day with Today All Day. Get closer to all your friends of today in a whole new way.
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Shop today with Jill Martin.
We're helping you shop like never before.
The latest styles and biggest names. Today food.
Things are heating up in the Today All Day kitchen.
Cooking essentials and recipe inspiration.
Get ready. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
Only on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
U.S. swimming star Katie Ledecky in the house.
Eddie, come on out. You're making me cry.
This is an incredible moment.
Join us every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today, all day.
Every day.
Wherever you are, Today is there.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
like really confusing.
So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
When you want to do something, you don't have to think in how old are you. Do it.
94-year-old Angela Alvarez is still living an incredible life, one that's taken her from Camagüey, Cuba, to Baton Rouge, and now Hollywood.
I dance with the broom, and then I put the broom like this, and I make exercise. Then I feel that I could be famous, but my father say no.
For more than 75 years, this great-grandmother has been singing and composing songs. Traditional Cuban music, personal, powerful, and until now, private.
Music is such a big part of our culture, and it was a big part of your family as well.
Nana's been singing to us since we were kids. Every chance she had to grab a guitar, she would sing to us. I began to get curious about these songs that she was singing. Then one day I called her up and I said, I want you to sing me the songs that you composed and what they're about. And she walks out with these notebooks out of her room. There was like more than 40 songs. And these songs were like a diary of her life.
That musical diary, the basis of the new documentary, Miss Angela, narrated by Andy Garcia.
Andy, Angela's story very much is a story of so many Cuban Americans across this country. What was the hook for you that said, I have to do this?
When I heard her music, I was so moved by it. I was moved by her story, and that was it.
Angela's story began as a little girl, growing up in Cuba, writing her songs in secret, eventually getting married and starting a family. But in the 1960s, life took a turn after the Cuban Revolution. She made the painful decision to send her 4 kids to the United States as part of Operation Pedro Pan, the mass exodus of 14,000 unaccompanied Cuban children fleeing communist oppression. Angela eventually left Cuba for the U.S., reuniting with her family after 5 long years of separation.
Was it difficult to make this movie?
No. It was very easy for me because I wanted the people to know what happened.
The anguish she experienced, the love she felt, her life in exile, all of it written down in song, strummed on her guitar.
What do you think it is about Cuban music that almost hypnotizes people?
It's the very heartbeat of who we are, you know. And also for us exiles, it's a little something to ease the pain, you know. Sometimes you can't be where you want to be for many reasons, but you can build your culture and preserve it. And music does that. Music, you know, helps you find solace in the place that you left behind.
And for Angela, the dream that started in Cuba never died.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in finally making a teenage girl's dreams come true.
Angela found her way to the stage, performing at the historic Avalon in Los Angeles, sharing her music for the first time in a major way.
I pinched me many times, Angela, that's true, are you dreaming? And it was a real dream, yes. Made me feel very happy.
Now, Carlos is making sure his grandmother's music and legacy lives on, recording Angela's debut album with a lineup of Grammy Award-winning musicians.
Was it difficult to actually produce an album with your grandmother?
It was probably the most fulfilling and gratifying experience of my life and my career.
So, Angela, what do you think your father and your husband would think that you now have a movie and an album coming out?
Well, if they was here, I know they feel proud of me.
What a voice. And that spotlight is just getting bigger and bigger. Angela just landed a role in the remake of Father of the Bride alongside Andy Garcia, who's acting a movie now. That film, Miss Angela, is now streaming on iTunes and YouTube. And Angela's debut album is available on all streaming music platforms, so you can buy it. Listen, this was obviously so personal for me because I'm Cuban American. It was amazing to hear her story, and it is a beautiful story. The music is incredible, and you don't have to speak Spanish to just really appreciate that type of music and her story.
Her heart's in it when she's singing it because they came from her heart.
Yeah, and you almost want to translate the lyrics because they're so powerful and personal. It was great. It was a great story to do, and I'm really excited about all the stuff happening to her.
We're Team Angela now.
Yeah, there you go.
Andy
I like
Garcia
that
looking
pronouncer.
pretty darn good.
Yeah.
Melvin with the pronouncer. Can I get it one more time?
Angela?
No,
We'll take it.
No.
Suddenly you went to Angela Merkel.
I know.
What I say the first time?
Like a little
What I say the
softer on
first
the
time?
G.
We'll take it, man. We'll take it.
A little
You went for
softer
it.
G.
So close.
So close.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today all day.
Every day. Wherever you are, Today is there. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Start your day with us every morning. Get your daily dose of news on the go with the Today podcast. And stream Today anytime you want.
Today all day.
Every day. Wherever you are, Today is there.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I saw for the first time how there was no power, no agency inside of healthcare and its delivery in this country. That regardless whether you are covered, insured, financially stable or not, regardless, across all races, across all ethnicities, you have no power. I personally suffered at the hand of a system such as this. My name is Jenny Joseph, and I'm a midwife. I was 30. I came to Florida. Within a year of being in the United States, I was newly married and trying to find my way. I was working with an obstetrician, and for my whole adult life at that time, I'd had endometriosis, which is not life-threatening, but certainly miserable. And the physician I worked with started talking to me about certain types of surgeries that he could do. So I spent a full year, really, about 4 different surgeries with him. No real results, except for I felt worse, more pain, etc. Finally went for another opinion, and the other physician said, no, the only answer we have for you is we need to remove your uterus, hysterectomy. I was ready, so I said yes. I didn't ask the right questions. I came out of that surgery not only minus my uterus, but minus my ovaries at 30 years old. And that was one of the most horrific awakenings. This was my sort of welcome to America, and I was very overwhelmed by it. And I really I had a sense of such powerlessness around it. My husband was furious. It impacted our lives in a way that I can't describe. Luckily, I already had a child, but obviously that was it for me and him. It was done. I couldn't just accept it. I couldn't accept it. It got me up on my feet, and I said, "Oh, wait, watch me. I'm gonna fix this mess." And I wanted to fix it for myself, but I also felt like a drive to stand for women and literally stand in that gap and say, "No, hang on, this isn't right." The vehicle I used was midwifery because I was already there. I was already a midwife. It's going to be 40 years that I've been doing this work. I feel strongly about how we are, as women, treated in a system where we don't know what to ask. We haven't got a voice. We're not heard. Black women especially are not heard. Native women, Hispanic women, Latinas, any woman who is other is not heard. There's been a lot more talk about maternal mortality recently in the United States. I'm here to say that this is not a new crisis. This has been here. It's just never been really taken care of. Maternal mortality is the death of a woman during pregnancy, labor and delivery, or postpartum. Statistically, it seems to fall around 3 to 4 times as many Black women, African American women, are dying in comparison to white women. This is being called this new crisis because now we're talking about it. I was so excited about this panel. It is timely. It is like beginning, I see the critical mass beginning around maternal health and maternal mortality issues. So I feel like I can finally, speak to an audience that's particularly trying to hear. Oh, I am so excited that Senator Harris is going to be there, Dr. Taylor, the people that have been on the ground and are moving forward. An opportunity to be able to present alongside of them and to support their work as well as, show and talk about my own work.
It is my great honor to welcome to the podium Senator Kamala Harris. Please give her a warm welcome.
This is one of those truths that must be spoken. This issue of maternal health care, and in particular, how it relates and affects Black women.
It is an acknowledgement of the fact that women and babies are dying every day in America, and that we could actually do something to stop it. And so the bill is an acknowledgement of the problem, and that is to acknowledge that within the problem, there is an issue of implicit bias. The other part of it is understanding that in order for this to actually work, there has to be a community approach. It's going to be about saying that let's go to the medical schools and encourage that there will be training there about these issues, which are real issues. These are uncomfortable truths we're speaking, right? Nobody wants to hear or even believe that this is happening, but it is. So let's deal with it. Let's take it on.
If you can't get into care, you can't be helped, you can't be triaged, you can't be supported. So we opened up first with the birthing center, but we've expanded that into clinics for women who don't necessarily want a natural birth or a midwife, who actually just want prenatal care, right? And we've offered that you can get seen regardless of who you are, what you have, which card you're carrying, how much money. None of those things are of any interest to us at the beginning. We found that the easiest approach was to go ahead and say, just come on. You belong, you're pregnant, you're asking to be seen, let's go. From there, we can then help you get on Medicaid quicker because we know how to do it. We found that the women themselves relate better to our staff who are more in tune and more culturally congruent with them than the higher end, high credentialed, very expensive practitioners. So it's a midwifery model, which is a person-centered, family-centered, equity-based model. Our statistics literally eradicated prematurity, low birth weight, and morbidity for the women in our care. The same women that again are populating the statistics that we're talking about today. Saying, yes, please, come on in, sit down, wipe your tears, we're here. Which doesn't actually cost any money. We've found that this works. We have been able to replicate our work. We have studies that have proven our outcomes. And I really encourage all of us to start thinking outside the box. This is a matter of life and death. I don't know what we've got to wait for. But I'm worried about the fact that as this is being presented now, much of it ends up still blaming the woman. Wow, now we've discovered she's just too fat. If she wasn't so fat, she wouldn't have died. Oh, her blood pressure's out of control. If she was getting medical care, she wouldn't have had high blood pressure in the first place. And so in the blaming the woman, we're pinpointing what's wrong, but we're not addressing how it got to be wrong. This isn't a matter of women being non-compliant and don't care about their baby. Many of the studies, research will come up with, oh, well, being black is a risk factor. No. Racism is a risk factor. The women that come to us come from all points. I've had one woman who came from Georgia every pregnancy. Just had a woman who came in from New York for a consultation. But what's always interesting to me is that postpartum visit, there are tears. There's, oh, I don't know what I'm going to do because I'm not coming anymore. Like, I'm going to miss you guys. I find it extremely worrisome that we have this little short window of time, the childbearing year, when we have some influence and connection with the women and their families, and that just as soon as they're finished and moved on, that they're out there in this void. We really haven't solved the problem. This is just the tip of the iceberg. It doesn't cost any money. It's really a shift of minds. It's an agreement that we are here only to center the mother. We're here only to get that full-term healthy baby that she's looking for, we're looking for, we're all on the same page. I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna give up. But I feel like I can do what I do, how I do it, in my little corner. But in the meantime, I still believe strongly that it's time to tell the truth. And so I am clear that no matter what, this work is making a difference, and I'm going to keep going.
Well, look who it is. A big hello to all of our friends watching today all day.
Fancy meeting you all here. Hope you had a great weekend. Hoda's back from vacation, so everything is good.
Yeah.
And if you're at home, you are watching Today in 30. We hope we did this on purpose.
All right. Yeah, you didn't just stumble upon us. But we're going to start with the latest developments, of course, from Afghanistan. That country falling deeper into chaos. Our Richard Engel is on the ground in Kabul.
Also,